plié, rond de champ, tendu, plié. Demi-bras se compte, on croit, fondu, développe, demi-point, à la barrée. À la barrée.
Sometimes We hope you enjoy your stay, and it's good to have you with us, even if it's just for the day. We hope you enjoy your stay. Outside the sun is shining, it seems like heaven ain't far away. And it's good to have you with us, even in
Good. Hello. Comment ça va? ¿Qué pasa? What's good? Oh man. Still no weed. I mean, I got some weed, but it's not that cool to smoke yet. It's definitely not that cool to smoke. Also, I'm smoking like way less now. Crazy, huh? Got no weed, smoking less. If you want to get it, like, ever done with that, just don't have any, right? Just don't have any. Gotta say though, not a single cigarette smoked. I'm very proud. Hello, my name is Tofu, I'm proud. Oh, that's a huge mountain of white t-shirts behind me. Yeah, I cleaned up a little bit and I decided my laundry hill is now on my couch. It's now on my couch. Okay, so I said I'm gonna go shopping. I didn't. For the simple reason that I didn't. I just didn't. I'm gonna use this though as soon as we get 75, which is in a few levels, and I don't know, we should be able to just get a few levels, right?
The journey never ends.
We should be able to just get a few levels. We just play carefully, right? Just super carefully. This could be really unique if they do it right. I wonder. I think there's like nothing for ascendancies that changes stuff, anything. It's not really like... It's not like WoW, right? In WoW you get like a mage and you're like, oh, I want to go frost, I want to go fire, and then you do that. That's not how ascendancies are, right? Like, not at all. Sadly. Oh, come on. Fucking dead ends. Why is that always ending? I think we got a little bit more energy shield, though. I'm dead, though. Why did my life keep going down? Oh, because I was poisoned, I guess. Man. Do I just go chaos in Accolation? I think like my shield is way too low for that.
Go on. Yes. Time.
Okay. CI is here, right? No, acrobatics is there. That's where it's at. We take this one out, we put this one in there. Boom.
Time to refocus.
I need to refuck. That is way too low as a shield, right? That must be way too low as a shield, but we'll see. What is that? A big backwash that I can't go to. I just want to do some random shit. Oh, I'm doing like 7s. I'm trying 7s because I'm like more XP, right? I should just let myself get carried, but I'm pretty sure I lose my shield really fast all the time. Okay. Fucking dead ends. Why is it doing that to us? Okay, if we just keep our shield up, that should work.
Frozen Lash!
Give us level ups. Oh, I also still don't have anything. I don't know what to anoint on my fucking amulet. Okay, that's really fast. Okay, that's not gonna work. I guess I have to do once or something. I don't want to.
What is it?
Do you still have those? No. He only has one too.
Time is of the essence.
Man, this fucking sucks. Obviously they got movement speed. So they had to have movement speed. I think there was another... What is it called? Another chest I want to use, but I can't use because it has no spirit. And it's pure evasion. It's pure evasion. It's this one, right? Can't I use that one? Oh, I can't use either because none has spirit. I forgot that. I really need that spirit. I really need that fucking spirit. Why is there no quality on you? I need some way to get some quality somehow. I need to get some quality, not quality, some spirit. How much am I missing though? 25. I'm missing 25 then. No. Jeez, I hate this game. Why does it close that? I just want to see my spirit while I do that. I don't know what to do. I definitely want to use that. Oh, now we got some shield actually. Now we got some shield. We got still shit resis. Oh yeah. Because I need to change the hat. To change the fucking hat. Man, that would be a nice change though. Would be a nice change. Just ain't got no spirit. I'm pretty sure I need to keep this one. Pretty sure if I wanted to buy that, I would be fucked. Let's just see if we see something like that. 10 divine, great. Yeah, no. How the fuck? I didn't mana. It's still so expensive. Jesus. I can't do shit right now. I could actually put one... I could spirit on that shit.
Hey.
She's selling that, right? I want spirit. Soul Core, but I have to put that on my hand, right? How many are those? Why are they so expensive? 4. Holy shit. That would be my only way to fix that. A little bit less damage, a little bit more. A little bit more energy shield. Okay. I don't know about that. Let's just try one then. Great, no access to those 3. How fucking amazing. How amazing. Is my carry online? Yeah, he is. Waiting for that. Alright, then we slowly level, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Frozen lash.
Why am I losing my shit so fast? Why is nothing dying? Shit's dying slowly, what's good? Can't you just attack those? It could in fact not. Wait, it's not already the boss after this, right? I don't is that what? Should be more rares. They're gonna sell a rune tab, I guarantee it. They will. They will. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And some people will defend it. Actually, most people will defend it, I guess. Oh, shit. Did they never give any fucking tab for free? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I don't know, at least one premium tab should be free, right?
Is there no limit to corruption's influence?
No, there isn't. Does not die that fast. Why was that purple? Oh, I healed, you fucking shit game. Or whatever heal means. Okay, this doesn't work because I don't have any resis. This just plain up does not work. I don't need chaos resi. Where do I have that? On this one? Could definitely change that. For fire or something. Oh man, I hate my life. I hate my life. Why can't this just be easier? Okay, give me back my HP, please.
Let's meditate.
Oh, also, I have no idea how this other guy in his build has cast on shock on here, because there's no more space. There's no more space for cast on shock, and he doesn't wear an answered ring. That really confuses me. Because you're supposed to get cast on shock for bosses, which I don't have. And that's definitely the reason why I cannot do bosses. You know, I also cannot do anything because I got no low stones. I got no low stones. What's this? A grotto. Okay. Okay, our life is way bigger than our health now. And the damage shouldn't matter that much anymore. We just need to get to 75 and get this fucking helmet, I guess. I hope. Is it? It's also low on fucking energy shield. I don't know. Also, I feel like somehow damage is missing, because shouldn't bosses instantly die? Shouldn't they just instantly die? I thought it was like that. I keep forgetting there's more boss difficulty. But still, it shouldn't be that hard to do. Even if you're fast, just running around not finding enemies is just boring as fuck, damn. Good job on the dead end. Really good job. Okay, at least we're still getting XP, right? Oh, nice. I should... Yo, walk back up, you fucking retard. Should get some of those. Oh, pick up the waste... Oh my god. Oh my god, this fucking shit game. I don't know. I don't know about the pathing. Just ignored it completely. I just completely ignored it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do my projectiles pierce actually? I never paid attention to that. I mean, they don't have to, but... Oh, they do. So we could actually have them jump around with ricochet, yeah.
The mighty fall.
A ruby. Okay, why not? I want to teleport up there. I can just do this. Apparently I can't. Wait, that's it? That's the map already? That was not even half of a map when I do it with the witch. That's not even close to half. Are higher maps just bigger? No, right? It still is big, but there's not as many rares now.
Shock.
Yes, that shocked. That shocked. Enjoying Monk? Not right now, because it's not done. I got no resis. I'm living a dangerous and sad life. I got no resis at all. I tried to do 7s, because I'm like, I'm strong, right? I can do 7s. I can't. I mean, I can, but as soon as something hits me, I'm dead. Then I was like, let's go Chaos Inoculation. No. No. I need the resis. Next map. I just want to get to 75 to get this hat that I had in my inventory. And I wish I could use that, but I have no spirit on that. And I need the spirit. Or I get my ascendancy, and then when I have my ascendancy, I don't need spirit at all anymore, because I get that from my ascendancy. Solo. 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 Whisper this player. I will have fourth S. Maybe he remembers. Maybe he remembers. Yeah, I just want to use that helmet because no resist on this at all. Okay, so. But yeah, we need way more. Also, didn't I quality that ever? Jeez, I'm out of quality shit. It's still not really high, man. I need way more. Can I combine those? Yo, does the recombinator only work on the same items? Oh, Stepper. A Stepper. Didn't have a 3, yes. Should I use that? Yes. Now they crit. Now they crit us. Ooh, rarity. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Tonight I can order some new weed. Some new weed, finally. Oh shit, I got nothing. I got nothing except this. That's not ready to smoke. I mean, it is smokeable, but unenjoyable.
Prey ready.
Oh, give me gloom or something. That would be funny. Oh, this speed beacon. Not beacon. Whatever it's called, shrine. Do I just open that? It's quite different with the monk. It's quite different with the monk. You just kill everything. Like, no preparation needed, nothing. See an enemy? Boom. Boom. That's a bomb.
Fate is on my side.
Yes, fate. Better loot on my fucking than on my fucking witch, I swear to God. Oh. Don't go this way. It's just crazy, but I gotta say, I don't like that the explosion is instant. That's what I really, really enjoy about my contagion, that it spreads. It's not just instant everywhere. It just creeps everywhere. Not slowly, but I don't know. It's more pleasing to my eye. This feels like a longer breach than on my witch too. It shouldn't be though. I hope. I think. I'm not sure. How am I hindered? How the fuck am I hindered? I'm immune to hinder. Okay, let's take this. Wow, that almost kills me. Let's have that not almost kill me. Waystone 5. Why is it red? Why are you red? Maybe this. That should be good enough. Man, now I wish I had another breach. I found like a 13 one yesterday on this monk. But I died early. Kinda early. Yeah. That sucked. I was on my witch? I'm not even sure.
Freezing strike.
It's called Ice Strike, by the way. I don't know why he's lying. Oh. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Is that another... How do you say in English? Breach? A bitch? No, a breach. Kind of the same, but more sexy. Should I just beat the shit, out of the L all the time? It's definitely stronger, right? But... I have to wait all the time for the breach, for the bell. If I could... Oh, no! No! I didn't really mean to open that already. How bad is that for me? I mean, definitely bad because I'm not using it perfectly, but... Now I don't see where the second one is going, actually. Bell? Bell? What do you mean you cannot? I saw you do it before. That. You know, those fuckers get stronger. What's Nice heal. Nice fucking heal. I wonder the way I can't spread my hand of Chiula with Hex Bloom. I feel like that should work. I feel like it should work.
The mighty fall.
2 more levels, nice. Now I don't even know which one is closing, but I think it's the second one.
Fate is on my side.
Buff yourself, idiot. Curse does not spread from the bell, right? It doesn't even apply from the bell.
Chill.
I fucking love when he says that. Chill. Have some chill. That's another breach. Jeez, are we lucky? Can I ride that breach to level 74? Wait, it's over here. I thought it's on the right side. I thought it'd be on the other side. How about we take it to the other side? That's bad. I'm dying from something. It's really bad when my health just goes down and doesn't go back up. I really hate that. I switched this, the regeneration or something. I don't know why. I'm dead. Maybe I'm dead. I'm not sure. I'm really fucking afraid right now. Why are we not doing any damage anymore?
The mighty fall.
No, nothing is dying, bro. I don't even know why. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, right? That's how we do it usually. Yeah. Weird. Oh. This is over already? Okay, that was not even close. Ah, look, another breach. Wait, what? It's number 4. Does number 4 mean we have 13 or 10? I don't think so. That would be, we'll be seeing way more already. Oh fuck! Don't tell me. There's another one here. Yo, welcome to Breachhausen. On a step even. Wow, that's lucky. I'm not lucky, but I don't know the breach.
For the monarchy.
Arms are full? Oh, he is full. How do I get more charges on my staff? It's limited to 3, right? But how do I get that higher? I think somebody... I've seen a video of somebody have like a 10 charge monk. Or something? I'm not sure. The poison really dangerous for us. Life, please regenerate. I'm so scared. Oh boy, does anybody want to go here and loot all that shit when I'm done? Because I definitely don't want to. Should be blinking way more. blinky moves, doesn't use them. Oh, I can't lie, but I like big breaches. I fucking like breaches. That should be so easy for Simulacrum. You just stand there, everything comes to you. And you beat the shit out of that bell. Though the bell only takes like 18 strikes or something, it's like... It's a weak bitch. It's a weak bitch, let's be honest. Like Max, she only took like 3... I'm not saying anything anymore. We're still... Oh, fuck. Fighting in front of the judge because of that. Never hit her. Nope. It's not true. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Mark's my lawyer. I wonder, what do I need more? Lightning damage or frost damage? It's all kind of nice. Oh, already? I feel like this one didn't even stay. Or at least a little bit. Can I use those for something? I'm pretty sure I am supposed to get those. Oh, there's still so many elites, rares. What is he saying there? Arts full of monastery? Oh, for the monastery, I guess. Yeah, because he's a monk. I don't know what though. Something for the monastery. Oh, arms, right? Arms, not arms. Oh, maybe arms. I'm dead. I'm not dead? Holy shit, I pressed that fucking shield. Oh, on time. On fucking time. Not this time. Wasted. Wasted. Could have gotten so much more. Oh boy. Could have gotten so much more there. How sad. Go over there.
What is it?
I don't know. What is this? I don't fucking care. I guess got nothing to sell here. Oh, those are reaches. I could have just put them in the right slot.
I must not discard that which could prove useful.
Yeah, then how about you put it somewhere? I don't know. It is not useful to me, sir. It is not useful. God, I have to puzzle to put that away. Please let me just put it in here. I can't. I don't want to travel back to fucking Act 3 and talk to Oswald, that cuck, and... Oh, God. I just passed. That's the wrong one, right? Shit. Oswald is not here anymore, right? He's dead now. Yeah. How do I get to not the past? Fuck it, I guess like this then. Is he gonna still give me the full price? I don't trust this fucker. Oh god, oh lord, the fucking wait times. I can't. I actually can't.
Stop fooling around.
Yeah, buy it. Thanks.
If you hear a click,
If you hear click, don't turn around. I know that one. I gotta empty my shit somehow. I also don't plan on picking up too much. That doesn't make sense because there's not gonna be a boss on that. One elk. One of those. Two of those. But let me grab my apple juice real quick. It's so annoying, like, if you want to get drunk outside and you don't want people to know, just get some apple juice and empty it out, put some whiskey in there. That's the fix. Fuck, I love sugar. I just fucking love sugar. And rest in pieces, this beautiful, beautiful multi-breach. Sump. We can't do bosses. Augury. We can do augury. We also only need one more level. Increasing experience gain on a 5. Still got a passive point and I don't know where to put it anymore. I don't know where to put that shit. Passive tree. Please open. Please open. Okay, I got this cluster. I got those. I got this. I could put one more in here. Only real next thing to do is go down here, but how does this guy waste 92 points on that? Yeah, I got this one too. Herald damage? Is that here? Okay, that seems pretty cool. That seems like I actually really want that. It seems like I want to get rid of something instead to get there. Like intelligence. Like intelligence. Who cares about intelligence? Actually. Okay. Damn. Reduce reservation. I guess I don't need that.
I must meditate.
At least not yet. It was like, I must meditate. He listened to Elon Musk. He did. Alright. I gotta say, those boots don't even feel that much stronger.
Empower!
Exactly. Give me that.
Arms for the monastery.
Give me that. Frontier's nice, but another thing to hoard. Pretty much like that, yeah. Pretty much like that. Do we also know it's only 3 tiers, right? And the lowest tier is what we have right now. And it's only, wasn't it like 16 the max? I mean, sure, it's like 4 extra, but... Oh, was it 4 extra? I'm gonna Google it real quick, actually. Boom. Rune tiers, PoE2. List of all runes, 3 days ago. Body rune, that's not... Can't I see any list there? New rune tiers? Fuck, doesn't say anything about how high they went. I know they showed it in the video, but there should be pictures somewhere, right? All those news sites not doing their job. Nobody doing the job. Oh, it's only like 4 more days, right? Jeez. Actually, 4 more days. I forgot actually about that release. I forgot about the release. That's kind of funny. Stash, pain is real. Just learn to not be a hoarder. I know it's hard in games like this, but... Because you always like, do I actually maybe need that at some point? But no. Like this ruby, I will never need that, but I will keep it in my stash. I will keep it in my stash. That's not good. That's a bad attack to just tank. Why didn't he teleport? I'm not sure if I should have already switched. Pretty sure I shouldn't have already switched from energy shield heal. Or to energy shield heal actually. Yeah. Just do it. Yeah, with the 50% Herald damage, we definitely got more strong, huh? We definitely got more strong with that. Just teleport over there. But that works too. I wonder what a breach on a fast character is like in here. I bet it's way more fun. Okay. Let's see. It really needs some density though. Oh shit, I should actually open up that thing. I'm retarded. I am retarded. So there's gonna be a lot here, right? If it even opens up that far, I don't think so. Now I don't think so. Sure, make it around. Yo, did I forget one? I actually forgot one, huh? Yeah, this one. I'm retarded as f... Holy shit, why am I so retarded? Don't teleport over here. Try here at least. At least... Oh boy. That's the right teleport. Okay, nothing left. I fucked it up
Fate
though.
is on my side.
No, fate is not on your side. You fucking missed out on that. On the big, juicy, chunky bit in the middle. How did I forget about this one? They got attacked and yeah, I think that was... Oh well. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh, that guy was already pretty much dead. Okay, do it, Chaos Orb. Oh, maybe any waste stones? I might need those. I don't know. Yeah, we can just go to the next one. This is all still nicely juiced. It's no extra chance, right? Could still happen though. Could still happen. Can I have a 4? Quantity. How about... Fuck it. Oh, great. Okay, monster packs, that's kind of nice. Monster life, that's... Well, I don't even know. Wait, actually, is that more fun? Monster speed. Burning ground. Oh boy, that is really bad for me. That is really, really bad for me.
What can I do for you?
Yo, Alva, you know what I need, right? It starts with an A, ends with this Smantis or something? I don't know. I guess we don't get Astromantis today either. Evasion increased maximum energy shield, that sounds kinda nice. Except for a few things. We had spirit on that shit. If we had some spirit on that shit. Fuck it then. Get rid of that. 99. Yo, you know what? I feel bad for you. You should win something for that. You should win something for that. How about you win the honor of carrying me through my ascendancy? $25. Crazy, exactly how old I am. You're gonna watch Darth interview about patch notes. Wait, do we have the patch notes? Is it happening right now? Is something happening right now? I have no idea. I might not want to watch any PoE content anymore, because every time I do that, I'm like super disappointed. 52 minutes. There's a red-headed Smurf. Oh no, wait, that's
Yeah,
Jim.
we have a trading improvements related question that's sort of a follow.
Yo, suddenly he went way louder. Are the current maps having any changes done? Is there any chance to see ability? Okay, he's asking some good questions.
Specifically mentioned that there were improvements that were coming to the game related to trade. We're just not really sure what those are.
Am I allowed
That's
to
sort of a follow-up.
listen to his stream while I wait for the interview to start? And then also, am I allowed to restream him? Follows only. Fuck. Okay, how about we just listen?
That was like summoning blood pools or blood spikes. Yeah, it's not really a question.
It's React content. Yeah, but
This would be in the patch notes.
I think you're not allowed to stream other streamers without their consent. I think Twitch has a rule like that. Let's Google real quick. Twitch, am I allowed to stream another streamer's stream? Wow, that's... You're not allowed to restream another broadcaster's content without their permission. Yeah. I wanna... follow right now just to ask. Oh, he just said it's okay. That's nice. How lucky. Why is it silent now?
You ask about extra portals and presumed reduction item rarely on gear.
I think I have to turn down the music a little bit though. Oh, the sounds.
Rarely in gear is on the list.
I clicked on that. Do you know how it works? I just don't know when you should join. I did it one time. It was before you go into the boss. I wait before the room where you do the boss. Then you do the boss, and then I think... I'm not 100% sure.
We're upset that you guys have the exhibit all about
Then when you kill the boss, I just go in there and then I go into the next room, click on the thing, and then I get all my ascendancies. I'm pretty sure I don't have...
With the fire spell on hit node, does that mean more fire spells?
Can I teleport to you when you do
Well,
it?
there's 25 new skills.
Because I don't have
Said, what was it,
suck my
25
ass yet.
or spear skills or something, so it's not gonna be that many new skills.
I did never go there.
Nobody supports anything.
Wait for someone they couldn't join. I don't know, maybe those guys cheated. I have no idea. Yeah, if you... Alright. I mean, we got some time, right? I think you need to get the first one.
Gonna run an ad so we don't get ads during the interview.
I'm pretty sure
And
there
I'll
were
be back
some
in a
people...
minute.
There were some people that were without any ascendancy, but I'm not sure. If I have to get the first one, then I guess I will have to do that.
Meet the dreamer.
No ascendancies for tofu.
Frost.
Man, I hate fire on the ground. Actually, I hate fire everywhere. It's never cool. Ah, I like fire on my my joint. I could ask in global chat here, but global chat sucks. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, global chat sucks. Double chance, crazy. I think it's actually better than my fucking witch hat. Oh great, this is so far away. I hate fire on the ground. Damn, without music it feels weird. Feels really weird without music. Pilgrim investments. Why does it want me to take those? I will. Also something to note that the two of you share honor. Yeah, I know that.
Being out of reach? Yep, it's on the list.
Okay, wait a second.
No worries, it's on the list.
That guy was dead. Wait, what? I'm not dead. By the way, later schedule 1. It's my chow was weak. Fuck at that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So a lot of the questions here, I'm not gonna ask like game file size.
So I don't have to do the first one or anything? To get like start on or something?
Organization for stash, inventory, like they're not gonna add that, dude.
I took too much. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
RuneScape survival game announced. Yeah, I saw that. Actually.
But you two should never be in the same room. Actually, or never in the same room when there's bosses or mobs out there.
No, like having a unique tablet that lets you teleport anywhere doesn't solve the issue that the Atlas can be actually broken where you literally can't get to something.
So 20k honor. Yeah, but
Like the Atlas can literally be broken.
oh yeah, that's weird. We'll see how that. We'll see if it works actually. Now I'm not sure. Because if you fight the boss and you take some damage, and I just chill in another room and it's still shared, right? Yeah, we'll just find it out. If I lose 10%, that's like, I don't know, you just have to give 10 subs, right? That's not, that's alright, right? If I lose 10% because of you, that's 10 gifted subs. Good. I fucking love doing business with you, sir. What is that? Firewall? I'm immune to fire, right? Get ready, pro 30 seconds. No, don't. Don't have to be too fast, don't worry. You have no subs though. I can activate them really fast. If you want to be affiliated, Twitch is like really fast at getting you affiliated.
Yes, sir. Don't forget the ads.
They're like money?
I need to run one more set and then I think I'm good.
Nope.
We need
Do
about
it.
2 hours of ad free.
Do it on my other channel. You already followed there. Oh, who was that? Somebody did.
The interview structure one more time. Just because
On
why
my other
not?
channel you can. Is there nothing left? There's nothing left.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Intro. Dry run.
The
here we
funny
go.
thing is I got like 30 bucks there
Bachelor's
that I can't
Wed.
pay out because I'm still missing like
Answer.
20 more bucks.
Follow-ups. But do you want to grab Lightwin as well?
Oh shit.
Or you just not?
Yeah,
Forge.
let's throw Blight in somewhere else.
Haven't been in Fortune
I
forever.
told
Rapid.
Traffic, I would get it, but
Yo.
I want to add it in the intro. Just do patch notes when.
That's
I'll
not a
throw it
bad one.
into-
That's not a bad one at all.
Put it on wraps. Oh, well, depends on how much you want
I'll throw it in the bottom of generic.
to do that. Or you
I'll
could-
close stream to the
we
boss.
could
All
have
right.
A little fun with it. So before we segue
Texting
into
game.
videos,
Okay.
You're like, before you let me lose, I just want to know about Blights.
Oh yeah, I'll throw in the rapid fire. Let's just throw them.
Okay, I'm also just gonna listen to music until actually the interview starts. Because right now they're just talking about what kind of questions they might want to ask and when and how. How to butter up to the devs so they're not scared. You know, like when you ask devs stuff like, when next patch? They're like, let's end this interview right here. Beat the shit out of that bell. Just like in Twilight. That guy was called Bell, right? Or Bella? Something like that. Man. It's crazy. Twilight also just faded away. Had this 3 movies thing and bada bing, bada boom. I think after that instantly came 50 Shades of Grey, which was like what every girl wanted from Twilight but didn't get it. Yeah. There was no boss on this, right? Don't scare me with the boss. I can't kill boss. I also wonder how Shock with Mark or Castle Shock and what is it? I think Eye of Winter. He's supposed to do Eye of Winter. Oh wait, Eye of Winter actually does cold damage and we like cold damage.
The mighty fall.
Yeah, I guess I have to find out. Oh. Hi, I would like to buy your Invasion Spark Feathered Sandals. Do I need those? I need those myself. Just found out I need those myself. There's no resist on them. There's no resist on them at all. No, I'm gonna use them myself, I'm pretty sure. I hope that's not gonna be one of those annoying guys that keeps texting me for like 5 hours. I'll just take them out. I'll just take them out. Can't lose some more resi from that. Why does he want to buy them now? Typical scammer. It's right when I'm about to use it. Maybe better belt? I could use my 80% belt. I mean, I'm not using it right now on my witch, right? Right? Actually not using it on my witch right now.
Of course.
Is that all I want to do? I wonder. I want to do something else here. I forgot. Yeah, I swear to God, I might just... It doesn't hurt. That's the cool part. I can just share that. I can just share that between my two chars. Oh, that stays open. Interesting. I'll just put it in here. Just have to remember that I did that. Just have to remember that. Nice. That's a little bit more damage. Again. We can actually... Ice Strike 58k goes to... Only 2k more? Are you fucking kidding me? I expect a little bit better. So those boots are made for walking, but they don't have any resi. I need fire resi. I need fire resi badly. Okay, we'll see how. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Still didn't do that. Is WASD movement better? It depends on what you like. I'm not having trouble with getting used to it. You can change it. That's the cool thing, right? If you don't want to, you don't have to. You can just decide on whatever you want to use. And it's really hard to say, actually. It's really hard to say. I think I like WASD more. I always missed that, or I always wanted that in Diablo, or in Diablo 3. And then I got in Diablo 4, I went back to Diablo 3 again, because Diablo 4 sucks, and I was like, I could really need WASD movement. But yeah. You don't have to get used to it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. It's easy. And then you can just use the normal point to click. I have to buy my mouse to attack with right click. No, you can change it though. I'm pretty sure you can just change it. Input to mouse. Okay, I can't do it right now because I'm in the game. But you can just change it back. Or am I misunderstanding? Maybe I'm misunderstanding somehow. I'm about to die there. That's great. I fucking hate this fog or whatever it is. Okay, nothing in here because we're way too low. That sucks. Are you trying to... You're not trying to play just with your mouse, right? In LoL you still use Q, W, E and all that. DF. Don't know about the rest. Great. Great fucking map. Great fucking map. Make me go in a big fucking circle. This is dead end too. Oh boy, this game. So do I teleport somewhere from here or... You sure we gotta go there? Shit. Where did they come from? Where did they just come from? Oh, 75 now. Very, very nice. Man, he angry. He's so angry. How high is the chance that we get anything usable here? It's 0. It's 0. The chance is 0. Oh, please tell me that I can somehow. No, I can't. Can I? Oh, it's connected. Nice. I was very sure it's not connected. I've been playing this game for a few hours now, and I've had bad experiences. Real bad ones. Okay, we still gotta run all the way back. Look at this fucking map design. Who thought that's a good idea? And even if I use that, that's not closer. It's not even closer. Oh boy. I wonder how many more checkpoints they put. I wonder if Jimmy's gonna ask them about checkpoints. Crafting while recoms. Oh man. Yo, they put so much effort in this fucking interview. And that's why I will never do stuff like that. I would be like... I would ask like, why did I die right now? Yeah, no, I know why I died, because I didn't fucking pay attention or something. That's retarded. I couldn't even do any attack. Did I get stun locked? Do I have a charm? I got the freeze charm. Okay, we got this now. A little bit less damage, but we got some resis. It's way better. That is way better. Oh, I still can't do that because of the fucking spirit. I keep forgetting about that. That still fucks our resis hard. What's my shield now? 1,400. That's some high energy shield actually. Okay, but 2,000 should already be pretty nice. Then we're still missing cold shit. Lots of cold shit. Could put 2 here. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, almost 60 all. Still someone's missing. I'd really like to reroll some on those boats, but we already know if I do that, we get fucked. We get fucked if I do that. How much shield could I have if I do that? Oh, fuck. That's insanely high.
Woo! I got a DUI, baby.
Yo, thanks for follow RSL. Is RSL or RShell? Could be RShell too. Oh, that sounds weird in my language. That sounds actually weird in my language. Oh well. Do I have any waystones? I got a 2. I don't think I should do 2s. Can I do a 7 or something? Or an 8? Number of monster packs. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. I got so much shit. Do I have nothing that's completely empty? This is empty. We don't care if that gets listed, right? Just go in there. Fucking hate when my essences are full. We got breaches over here. That goes back. Do I need to use those? I wonder. Why did I use this? Good question. Good fucking question. Okay, then can we somehow... Definitely. Question is, how much do we juice that? Oh, burning ground. Fuck you then. Fucking burning ground. Forge. Another one. Seepage. Might do seepage, but I'm not sure about the boss. Pretty sure I can kill the boss. Pretty sure, but I'm not sure. Interview structure. We couldn't decide what question to use as an icebreaker, so we decided patch notes when. Yeah. So are the patch notes tonight or tomorrow? Shit.
Infusion.
I really don't want to read through patch notes. If I want to read, it should be a nice story, something that I'm interested in. Okay, a burning ground really not cool for us. Really not cool for us at all. Oh. We're dead. Burning ground does way too much damage. I'm not sure if I can do that with the Chaos Inoculation. It seems too scary to me. Too much shit that can kill you. And also my shield goes down so fast. Even now, when everything's at 60. Oh, well, we will see. Oh yeah, I forgot, after the Ascendancy we do have some shit. I still don't know what I'm supposed to get. I think elemental something something. Something 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 something. Oh, by the way, if anybody has any idea what I should anoint on my amulet, please tell me, because I have no... I don't know. How does it not say in the guide, right? How does it not say in the guide? I can't find it. I can't find any fucking shit. I'm pretty sure it should be something... Something that gives me maximum energy shield. Or damage. One of the other. This doesn't look good. I must shoot produce. I need way more shield produce.
The swarm never ends.
Yeah, it does never end. It's also not that thick though. I need a thick swarm. Kinda makes me want to play my witch again. I mean, she's not perfect, but and she's super slow. Gets the shit done though. Without being afraid most of the time. But yeah, I guess this one's still not done. Still not done. And still no idea how I'm supposed to get cast on shock in there. Or maybe you're supposed to change your gems for every fucking boss fight? I want to walk with fucking fire. Yo, who that? Fuck those guys. stun is so bad. Oh, another level. Super not used to getting level ups. After 95, it's kind of ends. It kind of just ends. Okay, so I got like 4 days to actually play this char. Smart and early. That is smart and early. Cool thing is I already found a divine in the campaign. Didn't know that can happen. I mean, it can, but not to me. To me? I mean, sure, at some point I want to find a mirror, obviously, right? But a divine on a campaign. Not too bad either. Wait, I also got a great essence on a campaign level 12 before. Isn't that like way more rare? No idea. Okay, standing teleport. No. There's one up there, but that's where we started. I can't wait to see how many checkpoints we're gonna get. I also can't wait to see how I'm gonna die here. It's like this. It's like this. Yo, I should have not gone for the life recharge. Not life recharge. Oh, it is life recharge, yeah. If I had the boots, we had some nice life rack. I fucking hate running back. I just hate it. I just hate it, hate it, hate it. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm fucked now. Ah, you motherfucker. Oh. Problem is I'm standing. Oh. I don't know. Get hit once, you stuck or stunned forever. Man, that fucking sucks. That just fucking sucks. Okay, I still got some more points that I don't know where to put. I still got points that I don't know where to put. Also, refund passives. Get rid of this one. Yo. Eternal Youth. Yeah. That one just sucks. That one just sucks. And to be honest, the only thing that isn't the guide is going this way. And it's only for that fucking jewel, which doesn't even... At least for me, it doesn't make sense. I have no idea why. No clue.
We must meditate.
So what now? Just keep going. I hate that I can't kill bosses. I hate that I don't have any slots left. How does that guy have more slots? Ice Strike, Tempest Bell. I got those too. Charged Staff. Combat Frenzy Herald. And the other Herald, Hand of Chayula, Wind Dancer, Grim Feast. And then there's also Cast on Shock. And there's so much in there. Jesus. I guess we just have to carry that with us. skills. Just do that, right? Oh, it's right here. Oh, great. Do I not have that in a little bit later? Should be easier to actually find a spirit gem. 17, no. Do I not have anything lower? Hope that works. Okay, so it wanted Eye of Winter for 13 though. I should have so many corrupted ones of those. Did I sell them? I made like so many of them, but I think I sold all of... I've ended all of the bad ones. Okay, then give me a 13. Eye of Winter, we need Impeters or something. Sniper's Mark. Should that be high level? I guess. What else? Inspiration and Impeters. Got an inspiration. Cool. Okay, some cast on shock somewhere. Cast on shock. That goes in here. Is that the 13? Eye of Winter. Sniper. I have no idea who Sniper's Mark even is from. No idea. Impeters. And inspiration. I'm pretty sure I'm using inspiration somewhere already. How much do I need for that? 60? I'm missing 5? Okay, I couldn't even do that yet. That sucks. That sucks, but I can do this. And this, and this. Increased energy gained. Oh. Kind of sucks that I need more for that. Alright, now we carry that with us too. Forge? No. I want some cool and fun map that I like. Like the Valve Factory. Yay! Nothing says love like Valve Factory. Or Augury. I guess another crypt. I guess another crypt. I forgot to open that stream. Oh, something's bad with the colors there. 15 minutes. What kind of teleport was that? Oh, did we follow him? Was it that? That guy almost didn't die. Jesus. They're supposed to die really fast. Charge staff already maxed. Up to your maximum power charges. Yeah, how do I get... increase the maximum of charges. I swear to God, I've been trying to find that. PoE 2 increase max charges. How to generate, how to generate, how to generate, how to generate. How to generate. Are you fucking kidding me? Is it the increased limit? It's abundance then, right? The abundance thing? Did I use that already? It's from somewhere else. Gain a frenzy charge. I have no idea. But limit should be limit. I bet I can't even use it in there. Just leave it open. Yeah, can't. No idea how you get more charges. Fuck, I hate this. Okay, I'll just go back. Good fucking decision. How did I miss this guy? Just fucking passed. I hope they fucking get rid of urns. No reason for this shit to be in the game. Actually, if you don't attack, it doesn't matter. If you do attack, it doesn't matter, but if there's nothing to attack, it's just fucking annoying. I'm going again the wrong direction. I fucking love this game. Everything's a circle and a circle and a circle. With dead ends. Dead ends everywhere. Still starts in 15 minutes. Gay rake. I'm 100% sure they're gonna keep the names, by the way. They'll definitely keep those names. Great, a lockbox. I don't know if they're gonna make those better. I'm pretty sure they gave up on strong boxes. I would too.
Infusion.
They just attack. It actually takes forever to die. Pretty sure it shouldn't be like that. Pretty sure it shouldn't. I look at my damage into the millions though from here. Because this is definitely not what I was promised. 58k, that's so low. Yeah, that's a lot of shit on this. That is a lot of shit on this. Oh, Anti-Delirium. Haven't done those in a while. Taming Monsters is actually genius, they nailed that. Why? Why is that genius? Did they have that in PoE 1? Also, it's only one, right? Can only tame one monster? A few would be nice, I guess. Okay, let's open this. I'm feeling very high. Thank you for asking. Thank you so much for asking. Now that's way easier, Stellarium. Things I don't really want to have a farm char. Nice. Still died. Why? Fucking shit. Still died to stupid shit. And don't really have any more of those lowies. Oh, I do. Increase attack speed. I fucking hate that. What? Why? Why does that have to be in there? Why does that have to be in there? Alright. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I want to put it in my hand. Then open that. Another seepage. I hate how there's only bad maps left over. Great. How about a cannon hideout? I should have chosen that maybe. Should have maybe juiced that.
Infusion. Meet the dreamer.
Yeah, those stacks really not do any damage. That though, very much. Gotta frost shit more then, I guess. Gotta get more explosions going. The sky falls, the land burns. Now that sounds beastie. Why did I pick this up? Defeat all the monsters. I thought I did that. Oh no. Big map. Big map. Jesus. Jesus, that ugly. Man, drank a whole liter of fucking apple juice today. Okay, should we see if I can grab this interview somehow? That kind of works. And maybe I want to be up here. And maybe we check the audio a little bit. Audio testing and prep. Alright. What do we have here? Seepage. Jesus, augury. Admire. Admire this situation. Right. I think Maya's not that bad on this monk. I have to admit that. Actually, most maps don't feel that bad on just teleport forward, kill everything. Yeah, until I have to backtrack, obviously. Then I'm gonna be pissed. Kind of afraid of the fucking ground effects. Hate that. I'm dead. Yeah, it's too much shit. It's just too much shit. What are you supposed to do as a fucking monk? Enemies just stand in ground effects and you have to go to them.
The dreamer provides.
That sucking fucks. Oh. All those effects are shit, I swear to God. Got fire on the ground, got frost on the ground, got shit on the ground, got shit. Shit just everywhere. Divine, oh, a few more rooms, hopefully it will drop one more. Yo, Gemini Enjoy. Solo Reaper. You're farming orbs for me. Wait, I can't write right now. Okay. As it's my ascendancy, I guess it's my loot, right? Right? Obviously, I just want to be a dick about shit like that and make fun. Why would I want a single divine? I don't need that. I just want to like, I really just like dropping them myself. It's so nice. Horseshoe. Makes sense, right? My ascendancy, my loot. Oh, great. Great, great, great. Why does my bell fly back to me? Does it give me any buff when it does that? It should, actually. That'd be nice. Okay, Koopa, we don't need to find the boss on this. Because I really hate that. Yo, how about we kill more? Thanks. Oh man, I was gone. Yeah, I can't wait to be immune to fucking chaos damage. I can't wait to be stunned for like 5 hours. Where does that happen? Can't have fun in this. I cannot have fun in this. Might as well just do 15s. I have 9s left. And after that it's 10s already. That's very tense. Great. Can I chaos this? I could. Wow. Every now and then chaos actually does what chaos is supposed to do. Which is hella funny. Okay, they're still not starting. They're still not starting, and I can prove it. Crimson Shores. I like that. I like to not die there. It's so stupid. I go somewhere, get a level, die. Get a level, die. Get a level, die.
Surge!
The system seems fun, but need to see it in action. You saw it in action in that video. You saw that. It was only those very unique ones that turn rares into bosses though, right? It's not all of them do that. Oh man. Oh, they're starting.
Alright, can everyone see us? Can everyone hear us?
Yes.
Chat, how's it looking? Get the feedback from there before we get started. And like, audio's all good? Yeah, everyone's good? Like, we just do the standard audio test on this side of things. Guys, you go ahead and say something.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Jonathan, go for it.
Hello. Nice to see you guys here today.
Mark, go for it.
Hello, chaps. This is your mic check from yes, hello.
Okay, the
There we
GG
go.
people I'm
Well,
they're
without
always
further
so
ado,
quiet.
welcome to the Dawn of the Hunt version of the Tavern Talk podcast chat, whatever you want to call this thing here that we do. And the very first question that we have, sort of the icebreaker here, the one that you've probably been spammed about in every single way you can, is patch notes when, my friends?
No, they're live right now.
Yes, the thing Mark said earlier today is we'll post the patch notes when we're done making changes.
I can't turn this
There's
louder.
still,
Oh, they did nice.
There's still some last minute changes coming in. You know,
How?
at this point we're kind of like, yeah, we just want to get a few more of them final before we post the patch notes. There's certainly a lot of balance changes coming in hot on this one for sure. But I mean, look, it'll be like towards the end of the week, like maybe Thursday, sort of ish time, I suspect.
Isn't Thursday the fucking
Yeah,
release?
we still have some things to do.
That's New
I'm
Zealand.
pretty sure.
That's New
Thursday,
Zealand
so-
Thursday, so Wednesday.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where's New Zealand?
fair enough. So we structured this little interview with some headers. So we're gonna move on to starting this interview with some follow-up questions from previous interviews you've done on news articles and also our Tavern Talk podcast, Destin, Siggy, and so forth. One of our first questions was actually about parry. The topic of buffing the block mechanic was brought up, and the
Right.
desire to shoehorn this in for upcoming patch was stated. So the question is whether or not this made it in or not.
Well, it hasn't made it in yet, but we're still working on it. Like, I just have to see whether it feels good.
No blocking?
Like, in order to make it actually right, we had to do some animation stuff, which makes it take a little bit longer because there's some, But effectively, yeah, we want to have something that makes block a bit more special than it currently is now. Yeah, if unfortunately I don't think I can talk about it until like I'm a bit more sure it's going in, because I don't want to excite people and being like, oh, then it just didn't work. Yeah, like, and
They don't have figured out
I
blocking
believe
yet?
it's going to work. Like I've tested with it with bad animation, and I can kind of see like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something here. We'll see once the animation is actually in whether or not.
How
it
does
works
blocking
well.
work in PoE 1 though?
Yeah, I mean, it needs. It does need something to improve with it, and I'm pretty sure it will still get in for 0 to 0.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up to that. Like, is the desire for block is to make people actually use the race shield mechanic? That's the part of the block that you guys want to focus on, or is there more to it?
Yeah, so, I mean, in my opinion, I can tell you what's wrong with that block, I think. So one of the issues that we have in PoE is that you're only going to actually bother using a mechanic like that if you can then follow up with something that's reasonable to do. And, like...
Oh, wrong direction.
There was a theory before we tried parry that you're just never going to use a mechanic like that except in a boss fight because, you've got a bunch of monsters hitting you. If you're going to follow up to one of them, well, like, you might, sure, you block an incoming hit, but then there's another one coming, like, another 500 milliseconds right behind it from a different monster. So effectively what that would mean is that, you need something to be able to do that actually allows you to respond in a way that isn't going to get you killed, right? So in a boss fight context, you can use block effectively, but the problem there is just that changing your build just for a boss fight is kind of not something most players are really willing to do in that regard. So it kind of ends up just being not used in both cases, because block can actually be quite useful in a boss fight if you know to use it, and if you're actually used to using it. But as I said, most people don't bother because they could just be doing something else, and they've been doing something else during clearing. So we need to make block good enough to use in clearing to be able to make it something that people will use in boss fights. And in order to do that, it needs something extra, as I was saying. So you need some way to deal with the fact that you've got other monsters hitting you. So there just needs to be more mechanics around that. So as I said, we're in the middle of testing something, it'll have there'll be something there that'll sort of ideally make it so that you can follow up more easily to attacks. And
I can't fucking hit
so that's
those
kind of
mobs
the goal,
anymore.
With that mechanic.
I guess they're evading.
So
I need
in
accuracy.
one of the previous interviews, you said a very interesting line that kind of with you a follow-up question. I believe it was the Destin interview that you did. And you were talking about how you were balancing
Doesn't tell anything
around,
about
or
accuracy.
you have multiple axes of randomness is how you're sort of getting your difficulty layers effectively. And so my question for you is, how do you manage to balance around having multiple interacting levels of randomness while also putting a limit on player power at the same time?
Right. Well, I guess what I would say with that is that usually the axes of randomness get boosted by your Atlas tree and like how many mods you're putting on maps and all these other things. So effectively, and that the player will tend to adapt based on their ability to be able to do things. So while the overlapping axes of randoms can result in obviously much harder fights that can be very difficult, generally speaking, the degree to which that will occur is sort of controlled by the economic element of setting up your mods correctly on your maps and your Atlas, and other stuff like that. So effectively, we are a game that allows you to set your own difficulty using these mechanics. And I would expect that you won't get too many outliers with regard to difficulty even when you're getting these overlapping mechanics like that, because obviously the less they're overlapping, the less chances there are for the really crazy ramps. Now we do still have to be careful about life pools of monsters getting out of control and stuff. Like there was the issue in PoE 1 a long time for like completely unkillable rares and that kind of stuff. Like we still have to be careful about that. And so like we're a little bit more strategic these days with how we kind of approach like adding life to monsters and stuff like that. Like we're doing that in a better way than we previously were
I can
doing.
get through now.
Which isn't to say it doesn't still happen occasionally. Like I ran into a rare myself, even just like in a playthrough, even just in Act 3, which had life regen, and I was just having a real tough time with it. So it does happen sometimes. But I mean, like on some level, you want there to be challenges like that. You just don't want them to be so unkillable, and you don't want to run into them so frequently you get issues. So.
Well, we have learned a few lessons
check
from
real quick.
PoE 1 actually in that regard, which is because we ended up having all of the bosses and stuff have effectively life overflows to the point where they couldn't go anywhere. We've swapped to using this in PoE 1 as well, where we use, instead of scaling the life of the monsters, we now give them this
Easy
toughness stat, which effectively has diminishing returns. So when you get too many sources, they don't get multiplicatively more difficult.
Right.
And that also,
it was pretty fast.
we do that with the same thing with like the rarity and the rewards as well. It has a thing where it's not. There was a point where yes, everything would just multiply, and then literally the entire drop pool of a monster would be saturated to entirely unique items, which still can happen in PoE 1.
Like in the tooltip?
In PoE 2, and in a lot of cases in PoE 1, we're using like buckets of rarity that are additive with each other, and there's this kind of league rarity we use, and then that's got diminishing returns as well in the sense that we'll never get so high that it will just multiply endlessly into some ridiculousness going on. So we are approaching the like difficulty from many sources better, and we are certainly approaching the rewards from many sources better to not
shit's super loud now.
turn once again into this thing that we have to end up all of a sudden re-engineering a bunch of stuff to solve. So
yeah, I checked too. Like
it kind of rolls into
at least 200 or something, right?
Which is you did an interview with, I believe it was GameSpark.
Spend some on heroic.
They were talking about
like 55, only 55.
Magic Find, and you mentioned there.
Oh, you spend 55. Oh yeah.
Magic Find changes coming to the game. Did you want to elaborate?
Well,
next
trying to remember exactly.
Next week we can work something out. I bet.
Magic Find.
I'm gonna get super rich, and I bet I can.
But the
I
details
can find
of that
some.
are kind of arcane and internal in a way.
I bet I can.
Like, kind of hard to even describe.
Should we open the chests?
I don't know how much we should even go into like the specific details around that.
No, I don't need
I
those.
reckon
I
we
guess.
should we can talk about
room tap incoming.
So we are nerfing it in 020. Firstly, like it is worse. When looking at it, the impact it was having on the shared like number and quality of items you're getting is just.
I didn't mean to do that.
I just want to bring up one thing as a starting point though with this, which is that one of the things with any mod on an item is that you have to be able to feel the mod. And so the concern that I had going in was that you should still be able to feel Magic Find when you get that as a mod for the first time at early levels. Which is why it's kind of balanced the way it is right now. And clearly that balance is bad at endgame with the way that it is. So there has to be on some level a thing where as you go through the game, the effect of that mod goes down. Because right now,
it tells me do your ascendancy skills.
That you get at endgame.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I can't remember what you were saying.
That's what I'm trying to do.
That you worked out. It was like the increase for having a Magic Find versus not was like something kind of crazy. Right?
I mean, it's hard to. I mean, you were pretty easily getting 40-50% more rare currency, the currency you care about, just by running not even that many Magic Find pieces, to be honest. Like, I would say an actual inconsequential loss in character power to gain effectively what would be 40% more quantity of the currency you care about.
I don't have enough.
And this is bad. Like, this is just too much for like the amount of power you're losing to the amount of gain it's an obvious trade. Now, there were obviously on live, there are some issues with like, the however you pronounce it, Val Shield that has the effect of Soul Cores. And then the Soul Cores, and it's like, oh, sweet, well, there's 240 rarity for just everyone running that one item, and
Okay,
there are
spirits,
issues like that, 100% that we're mitigating, like getting rid of those extreme cases. But ultimately, it's just like, I think it was, as you guys pointed out last time, rarity is effectively now acting as what quantity did in PoE 1 for the sake of currency and thus Waystone sustain.
Let's just watch this now.
We've had like a ridiculous number of conversations about this.
Well, the first thing we even discussed that we wanted to do was just to remove currency from from being given by Rarity, but it turned out that was actually like a complete and utter disaster as far as complexity goes, just for various reasons, to do with the way the drop system works. Like, it wasn't as easy as that sounded.
I wonder, do they try stuff on
then we also
on their own
came to a
servers?
realization that we weren't even happy with that anyway for
Or on
various
us,
reasons. And
without knowing?
Then I think we just came down to, okay, we just have to nerf it some other way.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had too many conversations, and yeah, engineering issues were coming up and complexity ones with the drop system, and then it was like, okay, well, we can't just leave it because we're unable to solve that. So we decided, at least for now, we're going to nerf it, especially on the diminishing returns axis, and then remove a lot of the outlier items that are just giving an insane amount of it for effectively, yeah, I don't want to say free, but not a huge trade. So yeah,
Okay.
I would expect, you should be expecting a lot less power, certainly by at least the influence, and thus less necessity to use it, like in 020 100%. That being said, I would say we have not come to our
Let's have a
resolution
talk
on this
about
one,
more
honestly.
maps. I mean, with
We
open
need
areas.
to find out. We need to either figure out how we're going to implement it the way we
Nice.
want, like it affecting. I guess the last thing was not
Gotta turn this down a little bit so I can talk. Otherwise,
only affecting things that
it fucks my
can
brain.
be either
I saw in the interview notes they actually try. They want to know about changing maps and map changes for sure.
forth, and
So
then it came
I
again
hope-
in the last conversation. It came up. What if we remove it again? And like everything's on the table at this point, and we just need to keep discussing it. And hopefully by the end of early access, we actually have an answer that we're all happy with. So
I'm trying to remember, did we agree to do the escalating diminishing thing with level, or was that not in?
no, that was another thing.
Towers are changing is good.
That was
I thought, for
discussed.
some reason, I thought we landed on that
We
one.
still don't have any
Okay, it was a
open
different
towers.
one.
No, we do have some
Well,
open
anyway.
towers, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's getting nerfed basically, and so hopefully the problem is not.
I still don't like the
straightforward and
tower that we
very low,
have.
But yeah, as Mark just
I
said,
really don't like the tower that we
potentially more
still have
changes need to
where
come.
you're on top of
It's
it.
honestly surprisingly hard now.
Tablets for jumping. I hope they're
with the
not
way the
so.
drop system
I
fundamentally
hope it's not
works
going to be
able
locked
to make it so that
behind
a
some pinnacle
single,
shit, you know.
Drop pool.
I
as
feel
we
like they're
know
gonna lock that
generally, is
behind some
affected
pinnacle
by
stuff.
certain by the stat like that. Yeah, and like the solutions that we were trying to do to get around that were becoming
It's a tablet.
increasingly more hacky and horrible.
Yeah.
In order to be
Rare
able to do
tablets
that,
are
like
right
we-
now hidden by the arbiter. Bro. Rare tablets. For rare tablets, you get those only from the arbiter. That's pinnacle content. So think about unique tabs. Yeah.
Kind of a follow-up question to more specific on the whole diminishing return part. Like the shield specifically.
Did you not know that there are rare
shield
ones?
could apply such ridiculous amounts of Magic Fine. Would it be safe to assume, or if you could share the details on this diminishing return
There's a point for
implication,
it.
does that go in a ramping scaling? Like the more you have, the higher the diminishing return? Or is it just a certain amount of diminishing return that kicks in after certain thresholds?
I knew they're rare. I mean, they're not. They're not rare, you
it's
can farm
not
them.
Thresholds.
You can
There's no
farm them.
threshold in the
It just
equation.
narrows to a
the-
certain value,
The
right?
equation is effectively has an asymptote at a certain number, and then
So, yeah.
the more you add, the
But you have
closer
to
get
farm
the
arbiter.
asymptote. You know, it's a curve
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
You know. There's
I think
there
you
is
can
a
farm
point
them
at
on zero,
which,
too.
adding more is not doing much for you, but everything you add always adds a bit more. It's just that, but you never actually reach a certain value. So that's the.
There are
But it's always been that way, by the way. Magic Fine.
There are no, I don't actually know if these are the right numbers, but like the difference between like 400 and 800 rarity is probably a difference of like 3% or something. Like it's actually, there's a point in where it is ultra inconsequential, getting even more of it. So you have these guys who are even in PoE 1 where they're running like 1,000 rarity. It's like there's probably 60% of that is absolutely just a waste.
Okay, that's fair. I want to move on to another question that we had, which is a follow-up to our previous Tavern Talk, and that is a question that's been spammed. And it's about tier of modifiers. In PoE 1, tier 1, or actually tier 0 is the highest. It's flipped in PoE 2.
Who
We
cares about
discussed
that?
in venues in our last Tavern Talk whether or not you're going to flip it back and or maybe make it show like it's a tier 6 out of 12 tiers. So people
That's
can
what I
determine
wanna
which
see.
one- if they have the highest tier or not.
I wanna see what the
Where
highest
they've
is.
landed for point 2 for this
Well,
one.
we haven't had.
I need
honestly,
that.
this has not been a thing that we've been thinking about probably since the last time we talked about it. Like it's one of those things that we should look into. I just honestly have not had time. So yeah, no changes.
How many
there.
people are working for this
the
company?
state is
Two?
exactly the same as
Those
it was
guys?
previously.
Yep.
They didn't have
Gonna move
time?
over to another generic question we
No
have, and
intern?
that is whether or not you guys are happy with the current state of the
Did like the new
trial,
essence.
or
I
if
have to
there's any
try it out.
changes you'd like to
I'm not
see
too
coming.
interested in essences, but
Well,
it's
one
kind of
change
nice that you
happened,
can
which I think we mentioned somewhere
farm
else,
them
was
now,
that
I guess.
we found that accidentally the end bosses had double the amount of life they were supposed to have.
Wait, what?
Which was a bit of an issue. So that wasn't great. What actually caused that bug? Because you told me that it happened, but I
Oh
wasn't
no,
actually sure.
How did they notice it
Not
then?
use the word bug.
Okay,
I
that's
would-
kind of the
I
way you
would
phrased
use-
it to me.
I would use the term human error.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Okay.
A mistake. Yeah, there was a point in where towards the end, a lot of the Pinnacle bosses got their life changed, like just before release, and those two got missed somehow, and their life was way too high.
Right.
I thought all of
That
them.
being said, changes to the trials. I do want to change. I don't have anything fundamental in terms of the actual full structure of them personally. I more so have a change in the content itself. Like it is worth for example, in Ultimatum you have the 3 random bosses, not excluding the Trial Master, the 3 random bosses. One of those is actually a placeholder, like it's not actually meant to be used there. You wouldn't know because, well, maybe you would know. But for those who went to XLCon and played in a certain act, you might have recognized that boss from one of those acts. And it's just that we reused that temporarily since we didn't get the other one finished in time. And then a lot of the monsters in Sanctum and like encounters and the different, I guess the amount of randomness I would say is not high enough. Like it gets a little bit repetitive after a while, and we need to extrapolate on all that. And honestly, I would say that we didn't get the monsters to the quality I wanted. Especially probably just a number of the skills and the balance and a lot of what they're doing. I would say personally, structurally, overarching, I don't have a fundamental issue with them. I definitely have problems with the boss of Sanctum. Like that whole hourglass mechanic is just absolute garbage and just needs to be redesigned. Like there's nothing. Honestly, having had a bit more time beforehand would have changed that already, and I have every intention of fully just changing that whole mechanic because like it is just like, oh, now there's these things on the ground that if you don't pick up, you're gonna die, and how do you know that? And it's just obviously bad, right?
You don't know
So
that.
they're changing that 100%.
That's why I was pissed.
And then the way people got around that in 010 is effectively kill the boss before it can do anything, and then you're good.
But that sucks.
So yeah, there's certainly changes to the actual monsters and individual bosses that I have in mind, but I haven't really thought too much about changing everything across the, actually how the mechanics work necessarily.
Fair enough. I remember me dying first time on that fight going in blind. It was because of that mechanic.
Yeah, because you don't expect it,
And
right?
it's just terrible with players as well. Like if you have a party,
it's just actually bad. Like there's no excuse there or anything. It's just bad. Like,
Why did they put it in then?
It needs changing 100%.
So
Why
I
is
have a
it in
little bit of
there?
a follow-up on something you said, which is the way that you get around that mechanic is effectively kill him, before he can actually do anything. And so my question is more about the state of bosses going into 0.2, because I know you guys are worried, and you've said multiple times one of the things that you were bummed to see was like people killing Pinnacle bosses in like 14 seconds. So it's going into 0.2. Do you believe this is going to be different with the rebalancing that you currently have? What's your expectations? Because I know you also said you lowered the tier 0 of these bosses by, did I hear it correctly, half HP?
Correct. So my hope is that it will be fixed because we fixed all the things we knew to fix. My worry is that more things will be discovered that mean that it is not fixed. But it's honestly incredibly difficult to actually find every single thing like that. What I would hope that happens is that people don't find anything too outrageous before the point when people get into the Pinnacle bosses, so that it can actually be a reasonable challenge for the first people who get there. But look, people do tend to find stuff. Obviously, there's a new class as well, and so a bunch of new support gems and interactions and things that have been added. So there'll be things probably there that will just happen. I don't know that I can expect that. I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, everything that's not going to happen again, because it probably will happen again. So we're just making every attempt to make sure that it doesn't. And yes, this was an exact thing that Mark said when he said, okay, we're lowering the life of these bosses. This might make this problem even worse. Because if people do find anything.
I wanted to lower all difficulties, right? Because it's effectively the situation we have right now is that by not lowering it, we're effectively saying that if you're playing a more average build, then you are not capable of doing that content. Right. And
I
by
heard they
not
wanted
changing
that.
it because there are a bunch of broken builds is just unnecessarily punishing average users or, you know, more. I don't want to say necessarily casuals because we're still at the end of endgame here, but, you know, like within that spectrum of players, casuals are not even able to do the difficulty 0 pinnacles because, you know, it's balanced around an extreme that is just way too high. And so I'd rather just have it be easier for broken builds and at least accessible to people who are playing more like average or our ideal DPS kind of builds. And, you know, yeah, sure. And then the broken builds can go up to difficulty 4. And again, now with at least all the uniques dropping from the pinnacles, you got more stuff to at least look forward to if you're killing difficulty 0. Sure, the chance to get it on difficulty 4 much higher, by the way, but you know, it's still at least not just the good uniques are restricted from those players. And you know, I mean, another thing as well, I know this is like technically
couldn't we all the
unrelated,
time
but
get them on 0?
talking about more about that accessibility for players to that content, we have made all the pinnacles are now not only half the life, they're also twice as easy to access. So we had this whole like, you should have to do 60 maps of Breach or Delirium or whatever to access the pinnacles. That's
Should
just
they
too much.
increase
It's way
the
too
loot?
high.
Or less
It was a kind of
for
conservative
stack?
number, and we've changed that. We've now made that 1 in 30. I know that's not actually how it plays because with juicing and all the mechanics and how well characters do. So it's just a rough number. But effectively, yeah, we've doubled the frequency in which you can access that content as well.
How?
And again, that's the same thing where it's like we're unnecessarily restricting that content, even trying that content behind a bunch of not only lots and lots of hours of gameplay, but also character build requirements that are honestly too high. And really it should just be you get more tickets at doing it, and if you can't do it, well, that's on you, that's your skill and that's your gear, but that should be the limiting factor more so than just like, holy shit, I have to play for 100 hours in order to even do this thing once, and then I just die and because I can't do it. Yeah.
A couple of other points to just make about this is that when the hardest content is too hard, it actually restricts build diversity because people don't see a build as viable if it can't defeat the hardest content, and therefore, like, you know, effectively reduces the set of builds that are even possible. So that's something that we have to be really careful of, and that's part of the reason you want to try and like not have the top end be too high. But then the other issue is that, and I was just thinking about this. What, it just slipped my mind now. No, it's fallen out of my mind. I'll have to just bring it up later.
And also just note on the there will be more broken builds. Like it is inevitable. There's nothing you can really do about that, unfortunately. Like especially when we're talking about how we're still making changes and can't post the patch notes because we're still making changes. Like there is no guarantee that these changes we're making are entirely solving the problem or entirely not introducing new problems. Now, obviously, we're going to do better and better over time, but part of this is that we are just very aggressively making changes so that we can get it to the players to test ultimately. And I don't mean like functional testing, I mean balance testing on this level with this many mechanics and overlapping axes of randomness is impossible to test on an internal scale with the numbers we have. Like you need actual hundreds of thousands of eyes and hours to even be able to find everything. And this has been the case with Path of Exile 1 forever as well. It's not like it's anything new.
Can't fix my fucking
That
reses.
actually reminds me of what I was going to say, which is
brain
that
hurts.
when we're going into 010, we didn't even really know what the right amount of DPS a player should even have was at endgame.
Sure.
Because that's impossible without getting more information about, like, you know, what players are realistically achieving, kind of where the average ends up being and that kind of stuff. Like, it's actually very hard without that sort of data because, as I think I've even said before, like, we can't invest 100 hours into every test character we make. We have to kind of like either we do a playthrough, in which case we're not getting to the end of endgame on that one character because it just takes too long, or we're creating a character synthetically, which if you do that, you're not necessarily gonna end up in the same place as what you'd end up with if you if you didn't do that, right? So I mean, yeah, we can cheat every item into existence, but like, is it really how it plays out? It's actually very hard to say. So that kind of means that on some level, what the until you actually get it on production and you're actually putting in the kind of 100 200 hours into a character and, like, you know, seeing what other people are doing and like being part of the meta and like all this other stuff, you don't even really know what the life should be. So just even having this first round, you know, has helped.
It's kind of really hard for them to test.
Of where should players actually be in order to balance life of bosses for them.
I'm curious. I think that pretty much everything you guys just said feels really good to hear as well. And we talk about build diversity, more broken builds
That's
going to be
stupid,
there.
though. It's
There's an
stupid for them.
expectation from John Grown and the community.
They can
and
hire
you
some test
guys,
players.
Let's just see really broken builds. We're going to find them. There's what,
Yeah,
600
but
plus different minions.
you
We're getting specters
still
that we can
need
use
them
for that.
to-
I mean, that's
You
another-
need so
another
many
approach
players,
to
first
take,
of all,
you know, for that.
and-
as well. At the same time,
I don't know, like, do you
I
get
wanna
noobs? Do you get
circle back to the
medium
topic
players?
of,
Do you get, like, known players?
not barely being
You need,
touched,
like, a
but the
spread of
idea
that.
was
That
to
costs so
be
much money.
achieved, because of broken builds, but now you're also at the same time.
I don't say the way they
saying
did it
everyone
is
else
right, but
expecting that we're gonna have
I can
more
understand
broken builds.
that they have that
Wouldn't
problem.
That kind of counteract the whole approach to that and make temporals more accessible because of the availability? That
Fuck,
we're
I really
all
wanted
expecting
to hear
see
that
more
about
broken builds
temporalis.
available.
Well, okay, so when I say more, what I'm saying is, you know, and I think Mark even might have used this example, is let's say there were like, you know, 200 broken builds in the last version. Well, hopefully this version we have 100 broken builds, and then the next version we have 50, and then it'll halve each time, and then, you know, like we'll sort of get somewhere okay. Like
That's
over
why
time.
closed beta
So it's not to
access-
say that
I
there'll
mean,
be
we
more in
are-
the sense that there'll be more than there were before. It's that there will be more in addition to like
That
all
was
those ones
early
got
access
nerfed, now
is. It
people
is
find
pretty
some
much
additional ones.
open beta.
But with regard to your like thing about temporalis,
That's the
so,
thing.
I mean, okay, what actually is the
Early
exact
access is for testing.
Might as well just mention that.
We are not allowed to be
reduction
actually
cooldown is
angry.
lowered, so it's not giving as much of a reduction to cooldown.
How much? 2
I can't
seconds?
remember the exact values, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't, for example, fully erase Blink's cooldown now, as an example.
Right.
Um,
But it's still very good. Like it's still
Yeah, yeah.
incredibly good.
But
the thing that
we
really changed is
also-
that we lowered the amount of the relic that's going to drop, so there'll be less of them.
we
I think it's so
given
sad
we
that-
have solved at least a good
That
chunk of
there's no
those
other
problems for the
cooldowns that you
early,
really have in the game.
when
That is only for
Temporalis was
for
spilling out
blinking.
into the
It's
economy.
only for blinking.
We solved a lot of that, but also I think we have made it at least 10 times rarer, that unique specifically, in this
And that's
patch.
why I still
So,
love this game and enjoy every
yeah,
update.
It is
Alright.
nerfed, and it is less accessible, and
10
like,
times less
that's just okay with that one.
temporalis.
It shouldn't be doing what it was doing before,
Sorry.
at least with Blink and the mobility side of things.
I wonder if they changed some other
That's good. Like, that
chances
was one
too.
of my concerns here, and what you guys talk about, but that feels really good to get that clarified. I feel reassured with this. Speaking of clarity, one of the questions we had is regarding clarity in maps, because in the reveal footage there was a little display that most people saw in the top right corner, showing basically objectives that you could do in the map. So the question with this is this just an indicator of what's available in the map, or is this an indicator of an alternative way of completing maps?
Jimmy been
Instead
talking.
of
So it
getting
is
all
just it is just an indicator of what's in the maps, and we still have the kill rare objectives. And so a lot of people will say, oh, you know, why don't you have alternate different victory conditions for doing maps and so on? And I understand why people say that, but the thing is that if we actually had a bunch of different objectives, I believe that you would get tired of those very, very quickly. Like killing
be,
the
yeah.
rares is already the thing that you want to be doing when you are mapping, and so that's the reason it was chosen as.
I
a
like
victory
having
condition like
random
that. If
objectives.
we just have like all sorts of random shit.
Yeah.
Like you'll like
Not
there's gonna be
strong
ones you're gonna
boxes.
get tired of very quickly. They'll
Not
be
strong
annoying, like, various
boxes.
things, right? I mean, like effectively, what you'd probably end up with is something that looks kind of like. I mean, because when we're talking about alternate victory conditions, what you end up with is things like what's going on in Sanctum and
Or every fucking map had a boss.
and Ultimatum, right? Like these
I
are the.
think it
this
should
is
have. At
effectively what
least
you end
one,
up with if you're
actually.
talking about alternate victories, right? Because you come up with things and you try to work
I
out the
think
stuff, and it's like,
this thing where we're
while
gonna
that
have
is
boss
something that is
waves,
cool to
that's
do
gonna be
sometimes,
amazing.
It's not something that's cool to do all
For
the time.
farming
And so that's the
waypoints,
reason why I'd be really
waystones.
hesitant to do that on like every map has a condition like that. So that's kind of like where we're coming from that. So like what I think that we do need to do is make it so there are more interesting things going
So that
on.
will be
in
the main
maps, which
objective.
is something that we will probably focus on more.
Yeah.
In 030 is trying to improve on that. But I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, okay, here's a bunch of arbitrary
And
conditions.
the new
you might have
strongbox
to
are
fulfill. Like,
good
The
too.
rare thing is what you should be doing anyway.
I never had
That is
anything
why
good from
it
them, and
is
it's so annoying that you
a-
can juice them and do
like,
this and that. I don't want
if you
to.
really come right
I
down
don't
to
want
it,
to carry
like, what is the
currency with
victory
me when
condition
I'm
of
in a
the
map.
in PoE1? Well, the answer to that is like we don't actually set one explicitly, but ultimately what you're there for is to kill the rares so that you know, and like all of the content. You are there to do the content in the map so that you get more item drops, right? So effectively that's the reason
the new
why
one,
that's okay.
yeah,
So
yeah.
There has to be some
I
idea
remember.
of completion
From
in
the patch.
PoE2 because of the fact that you know you need
Yeah.
to be able to do the map to move on to the next one.
It's only
So
3,
that's why we
and I'm
wanted to
pretty sure
choose
they're
the
gonna be
objective we felt
super
that
rare.
Players should have anyway, and so I think that maybe players sort
But
of
hey,
do that slightly differently than we
It keeps
do,
adding up,
because,
right?
like,
It
you know,
keeps adding up. It just keeps adding up.
but that's, I guess, to explain sort of
In the
our
end, it's
view
gonna
on-
be, like,
on how it is.
so
It's just,
much.
It just should be there of like, here's what you're supposed to be doing anyway.
Okay. A question I had.
We did.
Oh, go ahead. Mark.
I just want to elaborate on that a little bit more because we did try some stuff internally there. Like we actually did. We had an iteration quite recently, in fact, where we had it that you had to complete the league. So if there was an expedition, you had to do the expedition to complete it, and so on.
No,
Honestly,
don't do that.
The internal reception to that was like pretty viscerally negative.
Everyone was
for
very
real?
angry
Because
that
it's
we were taking away their
expeditions.
choice with that stuff.
We hate them.
Like you're forcing me to do a ritual I don't want to do, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, ideally it should feel good to do the ritual, but understandably, yeah.
So yeah, we ended up going back on that.
So we backtracked on that, and then it's like, okay, well, you could design a whole bunch of encounters, and then it's like,
But
well, how do
then
you
why
know
does
you're
it not feel
gonna
bad to kill the
equally,
last 2 rares? Because that feels
things
bad
that-
too.
divisive or things
right?
people don't want to do in the same sense that those leagues came out, and it's like, well, I hate this one. Whenever I get this one, I hate it. I hate doing that map. You know, I just want the one when I have to kill the rares or some other thing.
Can't they like
But
increase
to clarify, just some
the
of how it
loot the
works,
more
like,
rares
if it
we
is a
kill?
boss map, killing the boss is the completion, right? That is what it will be.
and the last rare
If
just
it
turns into a
is,
boss?
Not a boss map, killing the rares is the completion. If it is a tower, clicking the tower is the completion. And then all of the unique maps, which we're just kind of not referring to as unique maps really, but that's kind of how they appear. Each have their own special conditions as to how to complete them.
Damn.
Are
4
there
more
any other
days.
types of maps.
No, not really.
Hideout is full clear the area,
sure.
but you don't really need to do that often.
That's
Hideouts,
pretty much it, right?
they
Pretty
should
much
do
that's
something
it,
about
yeah.
hideout
And
maps.
then all
They're
the
kind of
extra
boring to do.
content, though,
Way
it
too
is
small.
displayed on the map. It lists it under extra content, so
Like I would do it
'cause
once to
often what
have
could
it,
happen
and
is you go
that's
into
it.
the map and you're like, I don't remember what was in here. Like, was there a breach in here? I don't remember. So
Yeah.
at least now that is all displayed, and you do know what you have to at
Thanks.
least keep an eye out for, and it
Jeez.
will display on the top right. Once you've done it, it'll get
Oh.
ticked.
Oh, it even gets
so you at least
ticked?
know what's remaining. Where you're like, was there an expedition in here? I can't remember. And then you're like, oh yeah, there is. I have to go and do
I mean,
that.
you could just
But did I
open the
hear
map
that
and then
right,
it
that
shows you,
if
but
the-
it only shows
the
you when you
standard
open the map
with a
device map.
boss on it, you have like
which
a
is
little
weird.
history tablet or something you put in there, and you kill the boss. That's a completion, and you can
I could
leave the
show
other
you.
rares on the
Oh,
map if you
fuck.
would like.
Correct.
Okay.
When I
So we
open a
got new
fucking
additional
hideout with insane
So
pack
the
size
rare
additional.
monsters in that context will appear
Yeah,
as
I did it
extra
with my
content
witch
that you don't
and
have to do.
one
it's
contagion
worth
killed
mentioning that
everything.
you're gonna want to kill
It
the
was
rares
amazing,
because,
and then that never
there's
happened
the,
again, and
the
like
map drop mechanic.
now I'm
But so in a
addicted.
boss map, there are 2 that happens twice. Once on the boss for the upgrade, and once when you kill the rares for the sustain. So just to be clear here, like the killing all the rares, like at the point you kill the last rare, there's what we call a sustain drop, which is the one that's giving you a.
Oh, okay.
At tier 1, it's 100% chance to drop a map of the same tier, and then that goes down over time, but then gets countered by the Waystone drop chance. So effectively, what that means is that if you're playing with mods, you're always going to get a map from that last rare that sustains your drops. And so in a map boss map, that's the same. Like the rares will still give you that, but then you're also going to get a map from the from the
Oh,
map boss too.
nice.
But that'll be +1.
That's so fucking small.
Well, if you
Yeah,
have
right.
access maps and you're not really caring.
Yeah, then you don't have to do it,
100%
right,
Do
yeah.
the boss, move on.
It's kinda
Get up to
sad.
you.
So speaking of like waystones and sustain, is there any chance I could get a teaser out of you for another unique tablet? Because we know one of them, which is you can teleport anywhere on the atlas. Hold this over
Oh,
until patch notes.
do
with
it.
An additional unique tablet.
do it.
Well, the patch notes won't even include them, right?
Yeah, we
Because
don't
they're
spoil
unique,
you. We don't
so-
spoil you.
think.
All right.
Did they get muted?
There is one.
They got muted for a second.
I hope it's there, as opposed to coming shortly afterwards. But I'm pretty sure it is. It irradiates the maps, and then you can complete the map. Completing the map will remove the irradiation, but not complete the map, and then you can run it again. So effectively, you can use that to be able to run all the maps in Radius twice. With all
Oh,
of their effects and
nice.
modifiers on them.
with the juicing from the towers.
Yeah. That's what you
well,
just
with
said.
I mean,
Yeah, because you
yes,
got 3.
if they're
yeah.
with the other 2 tablets or any other towers that are in Radius, yes, correct.
Wow, that is, okay. That's quite a teaser.
That's
Hey, I'm glad
nice.
I
It's
asked.
probably the chasest one, I think, to be honest. So
Yeah, you could really
Okay, so
juice
speaking
up
of
some maps.
Here's a balance related question for you. So what I heard in the
Boy.
Ziggy D interview is the Rogue Exiles can appear in any map, correct?
I forgot about those
Yep,
PvP
they can.
PvP
Okay, so are they
encounters
scaled
completely.
from tier 1 to 15? Like, you probably get where I'm going at. When you log in, brand new character, your first map, Are people going to RNG get blasted with the same
type's
Rogue
gonna be
Exile
expensive.
that can
Yeah.
appear in the tier 1 or
They-
tier 15, or do they get
Definitely.
stronger?
They do scale. They do scale their life and damage and stuff like
well,
that.
much like any monster.
Yeah, much
does.
like.
I want to know if
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
gonna be any unique
it'll be
monsters,
it's a hard fight, but it's
like
you know,
those
you just-
PvP
if you run
monsters,
into one
right?
on T1, it's just a T1. It's a
Those
T1 boss.
exile
They're from
enemies
part 2
that actually
onwards.
drop like
The
Extramentus or
reason
something
we
like
did it
that.
late
Like
is
some real
because,
crazy uniques. Like
uh,
super rare, but
they have
can
like
happen.
the full
The best part is
set
the boss
of,
waves and the
player
rogue.
skills, and
I'm
I
so
didn't
excited
want
about the
them
boss
to be
waves,
using
but
skills that you
rogue
didn't have access
exiles.
to at the same level.
That's like a test. I'm
now
scared
we
of
could have done a
tests.
thing where we disabled those skills, but then you
I hate
just end up with a
PvP.
thing where
I'm
they're,
bad.
Like not too interesting, but also it just like exponentially amplifies the amount of work to make now every version of them using different skills good, and that was maybe something that would have been cool and fun, but honestly probably too much work relative to what you get out of it.
Right. But yeah, you'll see them in campaign as well. In the
Rune
end
T is
second.
adding another
And
layer
then,
of dash
they're in
Tetris.
maps,
No, they're only
it's
one
in
square.
12 maps
It's not Tetris.
base-ish, but like, you know, we're still kind of iterating on the amount of content that is appearing in maps, so like we might even change this in the next few days.
Did Gezi just
and
go?
Then,
Is
the Atlas tree to spec into the rest. Now they do scale in other ways,
It's
which
gonna
is
be
just,
like the first
if
month
you
of
think about
release,
the
so many
uniques
death
they have
clips.
equipped,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
if there is a like level 70 drop level unique item,
So
obviously
many
they're not
people
gonna have that
losing good
before
loot.
That level.
Being like,
so
look
they'll
what
unlock
this guy
the
had.
uniques they'll have equipped, and this is for all uniques added for all time. They'll only be able to have ones up to the level that they're at, and then the uniques they'll be able to have. You know, if there's a level 80 unique, they won't be able to have that until the level 80.
And
Genshin
since they use
Rogue
the uniques actually do contribute to the difficulty of
I
the.
think they will just
of
avoid
the-
them
of the
first.
fight. So
Or sometimes the ease, because
You're gonna enjoy it so much.
they don't necessarily
gonna
know
play
if that unique is
hardcore?
gimping their build.
Curiosity from my end here regarding the uniques and the Rogue Exiles. Since the Rogue Exiles, it is possible that a Rogue Exile could have killed an in-game boss. Can they wear those type of uniques as well, or that's a no-go?
Please.
No, we've kept that off because again, it's simply because I mean, you are right. They could
Damn.
use it, but we're not going to drop them because we don't want boss uniques to come from non-boss sources. Like that's
fair.
Also,
And we're
might
much
be
more
impossible
about
to
that
kill, right?
Now in PoE 2.
Imagine a fucking rogue
fair.
with temporalis just
Next
blinking
question we have is
around.
on death effects. Are you currently satisfied with the current state, and do you believe that on death effects are something that is needed?
Please make them go away fast or something. That's
But what on
annoying.
death effects are you referring to?
yeah. What's
All of
even
them.
left that's egregious? I mean,
All of them.
that is my first question. Is like you tell me what's not good enough so I can go get it fixed.
I mean, we could take it a prime example being like the bloaty guys that explode. I mean, if you have an army of minions, even more so now with Spectres being introduced with bigger
Oh, but that's
minions,
different. When
that's
you're
already
talking
hard
about
to
a
see.
specific, when you're talking about a specific monster, though, I feel very differently than how I feel about it on like rare mods, for example. Because rare
agree.
mods you can run into any time and you're not necessarily expecting them. But if you're talking about the bloaters, I mean, you know, like those, you can see those bloaters coming a mile away. Like you know about that.
That's how they handle it, huh?
Well, to some degree. I mean, it depends
You
on the
can
build
see
you're
them.
playing, but,
They're
I mean, there are
big enough.
multiple on-death effects and ground effects that is exploding and like after death. Like the issue that is being brought up is how the players are getting punished from going up to loot, maybe not seeing because there's loot windows popping up covering wherever the explosion is.
Have a
You
better
have
loot
minions,
filter.
Spectre, you're still fighting something and you can't see it because there's too many
Get
effects going
good.
on the screen, and then you move to what you think is a safe spot, but you die.
Get better, bro.
Yeah,
Watch out.
I 100%
That's
don't
how you learn.
disagree with the problem.
You die and you learn.
I guess the thing is, I can probably improve like 90% of it. I just need to know exactly them all, and I mean, it should seem obvious. I understand, but there's a lot going on. I don't know. Give me a list. I'll go through and either remove, change, or make them less punitive. I guess in almost every case, or at least, sorry, I don't want to say punitive. Like they should just be fair. And I
Exactly
agree
on the
with you,
keyboard,
with
yeah,
the label
right.
Situation like. Here's
Loot
a
when you're
problem,
safe.
Where all of a sudden now, you know, if it was a rare and it happened to drop 8 items, well, you don't even see the monster anymore.
Well, in the case of the bloater, for example, you could make the drops happen at the end of the explosion.
You could, of which all the clear speed junkies will be like, no,
Right.
I want it
Yeah.
Something you could do.
because they want to pick it up and then run away before it blows up. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
I agree though. That would be the
Exactly.
thing
Well,
I would have done.
let's be honest, they're not gonna drop anything anyways. So.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
Look, again, it's
We,
like I don't really have a problem with it as a general sense. I have more a problem of just if there is an unfair mechanic, I want to address that. Like which is not restricted to on-death mechanics or not.
Can't they like make them more visual?
Unfair,
Like when a mob is about to explode,
or
make it
there's
a
no
glow red
counterplay,
or something?
which I guess are the same
Like
thing.
start with a
then I
low,
would like to
low tane
address
red,
it
and
do something about
when
it,
it's
similar
about to
how I talked
explode,
about
just
that
go full
hourglass
red.
mechanic just being garbage. Like I'm going to
I
be the
mean, they
first to
pretty much
admit
already
that
do
there's a
that,
bunch of
right?
just
Not
unfair,
red, but different
bad stuff
colors.
out there, which is the consequence of designing so many bosses and so many monsters, like hundreds.
I would
and
have no
hundreds of
problem with
monsters.
the
You're gonna
on-death
get some
effects.
bad out there for sure. So
What I really
we'll
hate
get
is
them all in
fucking
due time, though, for
modifiers
sure.
when they got freezing shit around them
The
or
follow-up
burning
question,
shit.
On this topic was
That's
that
what I
whether or
hate.
not you consider the on-death effects to be something that is needed in the game.
Again, I've never thought of it in that sense of just like, do we want on-death mechanics? It's more like this monster would be real cool if it did an explosion on death, and like
Yeah, right.
after it died, like the bloater, I think is a very cool example. But
It
it's
just
not like
makes
there's ever a
sense.
specific mission to be like we need to.
I never
add
thought
more
about
on-death
that since
effects,
Diablo 3.
anything like that.
You had those gorgers
but
and
I
they
would say it
exploded,
is
had
somewhat
worms in them,
contextual, and I
made
do
sense.
think that occasionally a thing like that happening is fine on some monsters. I would argue that again, like the things where it's hiding them, making them invisible, or that you can't see them, or again because there are builds that are moving it way too fast with too many effects.
Talk about
is
Delirium, the
more of a
fog. The
thing
fog is
that
hiding it the
amplifies
most.
This problem, which is what
Why
we
are they
always
not
see.
talking about that?
Like these things are
Delirium fog hides a
less
lot of
problematic when you first encounter
on-death
them in
effects
Act
and
3,
on-ground shit.
and then they're far more problematic in the end game when there's like a hell of a lot more going on. It's way faster. You can't really process what's going on as much, especially with probably summoner builds.
I bought
So,
sugar
yeah, I mean-
almonds.
I mean, it really shouldn't be the case. That
And I
you can't
didn't
see
read
a
it
boiler
right.
Explosion coming.
Yes.
Like they're incredibly huge monsters.
Some of
It's
them
incredibly
taste
well telegraphed.
like
It takes a very
strawberry,
long
it
time to
says.
build up.
All
Like,
of them
that one
taste like
really should
strawberry,
be,
first of all, and second of all.
one that you can see
That's
coming.
disgusting.
I mean, I don't personally have an issue with the
Who does
bloater
that?
specifically. Like we got some of these questions from the community and some of the
Sure.
questions brought up from other content
But
creators.
that's what I'm saying. But
which
it was the
one of
first
those
one that came to your
questions,
mind. So I wonder if there's another one out there. That...
What I'd like to do is at least do a pass to make it that there is never loot and a death spot contesting. And often the answer to
That would
that
be
might
nice.
be either change the effect or delay the loot. It just depends what that is. There were cases like, for example, Rattlecage, that the first boss of Sanctum, he used to explode on death, and yeah, it was bad, right? Like, how do you know until it happens? And then by the time it happens, you're dead. And of course, you kill the boss, you run
Then
in
you're
to get
dead.
the loot. That's just what you do. So that one is an example of one where it were like, I mean, whether or not you could say it was telegraphed well enough, I don't know. It kind of just didn't really work. So there are clear examples where we've removed them because, yeah, it was kind of bullshit. And then there are probably a few examples that are in the grey right now, and probably even some that are still bullshit, and we still do need to address them 100%. That being said, again, not philosophically against them, just philosophically against unfair or like gameplay that's, again, I agree, if you're just covering the monster in loot labels, let alone anything else, and it's about to explode, that is a bad thing. Like 100% that needs to be addressed.
Sorry, I think we...
So yeah, I guess it's just more a matter of like, make sure that you continue to make us aware of the things that feel terrible to play against, and we'll do what we can to fix them, and if we can't get a good solution, then it probably will be removed. Like, that is often what happens eventually.
Fair enough. I have a kind of a different topic here. So there was a specific question related to ascendancy skills. So some ascendancy skills, I believe, have like quality effects, but you can't quality them. And ascendancy skills also can't be put into weapon slots. So like you can't use weapon switching with ascendancy at the moment. Can't put like Elemental Storm or something if for some reason you want to use that. It's like by only using my second weapon, for instance. So we're wondering if in 0.2 we can see quality coming to ascendancy and weapon swapping.
Even says it's quality on the skills.
Well, you can't put quality on them because they're not items, but the reason why they still have quality is because there are things that give quality to all skills.
Oh, it's good. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So I believe that's why it's like that. So yeah, we're not going to change the fact that you can add quality to them because they're just not items, so it just works that way. As for the weapon swap thing, can you not open up the advanced skill thing and turn them usable way weapon set 1 and 2 for ascendancy skills? I thought you would be able to do that.
I'm
Is
see
that
right
really
now.
not possible?
No, I checked it yesterday.
And you can't do that?
No, not that I've seen. No. Man, let someone
You
correct me
know,
in the chat
I
if
have
I'm
a
wrong.
feeling. Now, so,
I have
okay,
no
so that actually
sanity skills here.
surprises me. But now, upon thinking about it, I suspect I know why, and it will be a stupid technical limitation due to the way that information is stored, where there's no place in your character to store it. So I can actually probably get that fixed now that you've brought that to my attention. It just wasn't something that I was really aware of. I can actually get that fixed. Probably not for 020, but yeah, that's a relatively easy
Is
fix.
he gonna fix it
As I
actually?
said,
Not
it's because,
somebody else?
Currently, the place where that's
Crazy.
stored is in the gem, and because there's no gem there, there was no place to store it. So probably it just ended up getting disabled by whoever implemented that. Yeah,
Not him.
but, I can get them to fix it.
Great.
Wasn't me though.
All right. We'll move over to some Critical Strike question. It's about Critical Strike bonus on weapons, which is currently
Yeah, it's not there,
multiplicative
1 or 2.
with other sources of crit bonus, leading to higher crit multi than we've ever
It's
had,
not there.
even in PoE 1. So the question is if
I
there's
really
any
like
changes
devs
or plans
or
to
devs.
changes to that.
Devs
with
that are
crit
open to
supposed
ideas,
be
yeah,
that strong
obviously.
in the endgame.
I
It's super
wouldn't
nice.
say that crit has been first on our mind with regard to the changes we've been making on balance. Like, that isn't to say that there isn't something wrong with
I like
it,
how open
but
they
it
are and
hasn't exactly
everything.
been jumping out at us as like, oh, they've got
And
this
I
big
like how
problem
they're
with
not
crit.
playing their own game
The
like
big
the
problems have been
Diablo
other
4
things.
devs.
So
They didn't know
I wouldn't say that
anything.
we certainly haven't made any
Like,
changes there. As
they
to whether
asked
it
him a
should
bug,
be
he knew
like
exactly
this,
why it's
I
there
think that'll be
already.
a question that will
He
start to
knows
come
about
up
this
once
game.
We actually have that jumping out as a problem if it does.
He's actually making the game.
Our intention was okay. So just to be clear though about why we made that change, because we wanted in general that items are always multiplicative with everything else. Like, it's supposed to be that your tree is multiplicative with your items. So therefore,
I'm eating so much sugar right now.
whenever
Shit.
that's not the case, that's kind of a defeat. Like, we want it. Yeah, that's just our general philosophy. So ideally, we have it that way for as long as we can. If we then run into an issue, maybe we'd change it. But we haven't noticed any particular issues yet with that. So we'll just leave it that way for the time being. The concern would be, of course, is if every weapon build is playing crit characters, which I mean, like, I don't know if it's the case right now. It possibly is the case, but I don't know if you've got any other feeling about that.
Every, I mean, a lot.
Right.
I mean, this is ironically just like the eternal battle we had in PoE 1 of crit versus non-crit.
Right.
And we did like a million changes over time, and we're effectively just starting that battle again. The good thing is, because we've done that, we know exactly what we would have to do, which is there is almost certainly just an imbalance in the ease of getting chance relative to the amount of crit damage you can get. There's no way that is just like right on the get-go. So, but however, it's not on the certainly the current. I wouldn't say it's not on the radar. It's more that it's not the most imminent thing for us to be fixing, given how much we have to be addressing right now, and which we're actively doing as we speak. So, well, other people are actively doing as we speak. So yes, I would expect changes, but I don't know if that will necessarily change for 020.
I didn't ask yet about Act 4, right?
Everything's changing at like a base level, or a lot is changing at a base level, such that this will obviously. It's not like these builds are going to be identical in power after.
Kind of want to know about
Act
Act 4.
At the end of the day, it is a multiplier. What it does allow you to do is get so much burst glass cannony that again you're just evaporating the bosses in such an insanely small amount of time that you can turn that battle into not a battle, and that is a problem that might still remain. And if so, we'll fix it. If the base things that are pre-crit multiplier are also addressed to
Unlucky
enough
we
of a
didn't get Act
degree,
4.
at
I mean,
least
they
the
didn't
boss fight
announce
will
this
last
yet.
long
They didn't
enough
say
that
we
all
don't
of a
get
sudden
it,
your
did they?
glass cannon nature might reveal itself as a weakness.
Pretty sure they didn't. That we.
We'll have to kind of just see how that plays out, but I would say there's a 99% chance that we're going to have to change something, but I don't know if we can do it in 020. At least specifically to do with the disproportionate amount of crit damage you're getting. And we might still, by the way, I won't say that we're not. I'm just going to say that there is still technically 2 or 3 days left. So
Don't say anything.
That's just for Thursday in New Zealand time. So a little bit
I hope they're
down.
gonna ask about it though.
Another question we have is actually again about scaling, and it's about de-leveling of skill gems. If this is something you'll reconsider allowing us to have
de-leveling
that
skill gems.
tool accessible. An example of this, I believe this was Fubgun's question.
Yeah, right. Give
A
us
lot of
another
current builds
fucking
will try and
Jeweler's
use a
orb.
low-level spirit gem.
Oh, no,
because
wait.
the attribute requirements level
I'm
20
retarded.
can be too high. An example provided was Deadeye using a low level cast on Shock as an example.
Well, a couple of things about this. One of them is that in general, we don't want people to want to use lower level gems. Now, the requirements in terms of mana is a valid reason for that to be that they want to do it lower, or mana or spirit cost or whatever it is, So that's I suppose that's reasonable, but like I guess the way we initially thought that was solved, the reason why we were okay to remove down leveling is because you could just get a new like level 19 gem at any time. It's just that it's the quality that doesn't move over, so I guess that's the reason for the request.
It's more that people want like level 8 and they don't want to have to go back to some random.
You don't have a level 8 gem just lying around?
Not always.
I assumed it was the quality.
Certain levels that are just like you want that exact thing, and then they're like ultra annoying to get. But the intention was that every gem is worth. You should want to level up every gem no matter what, and the fact that some aren't, like the fact that you're getting so much power out of using lower level ones is an error, and one that I would address rather by saying that having such a low level version of it at in-game should make the gem way worse. Like it shouldn't be good. It's just that a lot of these things don't have scaling over the levels. Like there's a lot of problems that have. I mean, you even see this in things like curses, where it's like, well, the mana cost skyrockets and the attributes, but like the power, it doesn't.
We do more damage on a higher level.
And so you end up with a bunch of low level stuff everywhere. And I would say all of those are failures in that regard, and we should be making the level of them way more significant.
You shouldn't want a low level gem, but in the case, I do have some sympathy in the case where you're like, I leveled this to 20 and I actually wanted it 19, right? Like I totally understand that that desire. And it's really only the quality that would be a barrier there for that particular case. But if you're telling me that people are wanting like actually level 8 or something, then yeah, that's like not right.
There are some valid reasons, and then there are some things where it's like been designed or balanced poorly. And there's going to be a combination of fixing as to whether or not we need to revisit, I guess, whether or not we want to allow people to de-level uncuts or something like that. I don't know.
But
I mean, neither do I.
It is definitely a design consideration for every skill we design of making sure that the levels matter enough. And like there was quite a lot of work in this direction because that was a big problem in PoE 1 that you had with quite a lot of things. So yeah, we do try and make the levels matter more.
I think one of the.
I think I should upgrade my Ice Strike and all that shit.
A bit there, it's a topic for later.
Super low level.
A good segue into it is mana cost on abilities. Like for instance, 1 mana left at 22,000 mana. Spark costs 700, but then you had Hammer of the Gods, and it costs 1,180. So I suppose some of the questions would be like, how do you guys feel about mana costs of certain abilities and how it deprioritizes the suffix of like bonus levels specifically on classes like Warrior that already have reduced max mana on the tree for some reason? So what are your guys' feelings on the current state of like mana costs in relation to that?
Well, the few rules or things that we had before discussing what some stuff we've changed is that it was intended that obviously the cast time of this, the lower the cast time, the faster the cast time, the lower the cost is for one. Hence why something like Spark is relatively low. And then there was like how frequently should you be using this, which is understandably somewhat subjective by us, but it is our design goal of how frequent. Now, not every skill fell into that correctly. So a good skill there, for example, is like Toxic Growth, was meant to be way more of a like, occasionally you use this and then you work a little bit to blow up the pods. Now, in reality at endgame, it's you use it inside a gas arrow and the pods explode it literally in 0.1 seconds. Right, so you end up just doing gas cloud spam. That's just like one example where it's like this skill is now being used as a spammable and not being used as the infrequent thing that we wanted it to be used at. Now, when it was infrequent, by our design, it had a multiply the mana by 1.4 because that's how we expect to use it, and ideally it would be balanced around that. And then so yeah, the goal here is now, okay, do we either change Toxic Growth's role or do we
didn't listen at all?
Make it more into what we intended
so
for it
fucking
to be.
distracted.
Obviously, we're going to start with that direction, and then hopefully we can achieve that.
I think so too. That's amazing.
And then if that fails, obviously, who knows? Whatever happens afterwards. That being
said, what happens
that
happens.
Just explains why something like Hammer of the Gods is a much higher cost multiplier, so to speak, as the frequency in which you use it is much lower.
Oh, that's what we're talking about.
Spark's cast time is much higher. However,
makes sense.
There was a few things that happened in the mana cost balancing. So, for example, when you were a spellcaster, there was a level of assumed plus gem level you had, because if you didn't have that, then all of a sudden you get +4 gem level and your mana cost skyrockets, and you're like, what the heck? This I got now. I can't even use my weapon or my skills because I'm running out of mana because I got some plus gem level. So we assumed at certain intervals of the game you had, say, up to +4 or something like that. But for attackers, because of the gem level, at least for stuff that isn't using flat damage, the gem level matters a lot less, and we didn't make the assumption you had any, which was an error, because all of a sudden now you'll get like +3 projectile levels or something, and now your mana costs are out of control, and you're like, well, this sucks. Like, you get probably like 40% more mana cost for 15% more, 20% more damage, and it's like, this isn't proportional at all. So we have lowered all the attack mana scaling in O2O to account
But fucker
for
just went into
the
my
same
portal.
amount or some amount of gem level. I think it's slightly less than spells. So that
That
but
fucker
it
just
makes
stole
a
my
pretty
portal.
significant difference in game. Like, because it's an exponential. Like, it was like 12% per level. Now it's like 9% per level, which over 20 levels is like a pretty significant drop in mana costs. So yeah, there's a few things going on there where there were skills not being used as we had intended.
Or
I mean,
50
you talk about the
bucks.
22k mana. That is a separate problem, which we're also
More like
addressing.
5.
Though you certainly are not going to be expecting to see mana in the same
Well,
level
right
as right now. Given you had mind over matter, people were getting way too much mana. Whatever, whole different thing.
Yeah, $5 pretty much.
Ingenuity, breach rings, and all that. And then yes, you have. So anyway, what am I saying? Attack mana cost down at endgame, and then just explaining some of the philosophy and how some skills aren't used as intended. And ideally, over time, we'd be either adjusting their mana costs because the role they now play is spammables, or more spammables, or we would change the skill of the design or the build or the archetype to have it that the skill is actually being used at our intended frequency.
Upgrade one to premium, but I don't see which one.
I heard attack skills cost less mana, and that makes me a happy warrior. So.
Yeah, that's the actual takeaway, and also nerfed mana and nerfed ingenuity.
Nice.
Yeah, I think everyone knew that one was coming, so fair enough.
Wait, the belt?
Okay, so
No.
one of the most common questions, and trying to think of how to word this, but basically it boils down to this. One of the most common things people ask about, they want us to ask you, was about the pacing of the game. They see abilities added, like leaping backwards. They see parry being added. We see monsters that have, exceptionally high movement speed and some slower cast animations from the player side of things. And, mobs being able to push you around, etc. So I think kind of where people are going with this is...
That sucks.
Where do you guys see, in your perfect world, the in-game pacing of Path of Exile at? Obviously, it's not going to be the Gem-Link stat stacker, stuff like that's getting destroyed, right? That's not the intended pacing of the game. But how much faster than campaign? What's your philosophy behind the pacing when you're developing abilities, like we see with the Huntress with leaping backwards and stuff like the pushing of the mobs and the fastness of the mobs seem to outscale your pacing of the player?
Well, I always, this is sort of one of those questions that we get all the time and asked in different ways and so on. And it's like, it's always very hard for me to answer because I'm not sure what, like I can't exactly give you the speed in, miles an hour, right? Like it's sort of hard to, it's hard to sort of quantify exactly what we're talking about. And I guess that's why I always tend to fall back on the feeling of like, okay, well, we want you to feel like you're always getting power growth. But we still want combos to matter, like these kinds of things. Like it's all those really design philosophy things. One thing I will
combo
say
items
is that
matters.
I heard from someone, and then it made me think about whether or not there was a concern that, like, from what we talked about in the Z interview, because we talked about like nerfing a lot of things and like how that.
I still don't know what I should anoint on my amulet.
Said to us, someone internal testing, like, oh yeah, I'm playing in game in 0-0, and the pace feels exactly the same as how it felt in 0-1-0. And the thing is, and they're talking about some random build that's like not some crazy broken meta build. It's just a rando build, right? And it's like, well, yeah, if you're a rando build, then like the pace isn't really changing. And I just want to make sure people understand that like we're not.
It might even be increased.
Well, in some cases, sure. Like, like if you're not playing the ridiculously broken shit, it is, yeah, in fact, pretty similar to before. Right. But like
only test it out in POB.
Engagement of making sure the combat is engaging is ultimately our goal. And so, it's like, yeah, the bosses take a little bit of time to kill, and then you have to engage with their mechanics and like all that sort of stuff. And like, that's the only way that we would ever look at it, right? So
I can hit you with a little bit more of a specific to make it a little easier to answer. Then, so I think it's kind of two questions mixed together, and the more specific side of it is mobs being able to push you as a player.
Sure.
It's kind of a new addition. You got the rolling mobs that can hit you and move you halfway across the map. Where's your guys' stance on this? You know what I mean? It's been a common question.
Well, that's a different question. I don't. Okay,
well, there are specific issues with the old roly-poly monsters because they're not meant to just take you freaking for the ride all the way along. They're meant to just like shunt you to the side.
Right. So I think that's more of a case of fixing those specific things.
I think those are fixed now. Well, as in now as in O2. I hope, please, but the system seems to be quite volatile in a way where it likes to.
Well, I mean, even we had that issue with. I feel like. Did we even fix the lumberjack guy at the start of the game? The Miller. Because that for a while in O2O, that was just like randomly taking you for a ride.
Yeah.
I think
what?
That is a volatile system.
Yeah.
You change nothing, and for some reason now all the monsters are taking you for rides across the level, and then
sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, look, we don't.
That sounds like programming. I swear to God, you
change
change nothing, everything changes.
when you're not supposed to be. And so that one, ideally we're fixing cases where that occurs. Now, the reason you want a little bit of impact from monsters is just because it, makes you actually feel the abilities. And there are monsters that feel if they don't have a push on their abilities, they feel just terrible. Like, I mean, there's things like the Devourer where like until we added the like pushback on the hit, it just felt like it wasn't even hitting you really. So there's stuff like that that's just really important just from a physical nature. So generally speaking, for the pushiness, we're trying to just make it so it feels physically correct. But yeah, we don't want it like pushing you half across the map, as you said. But yeah, and then the other part I guess you were talking about maybe was to do with the abilities that kind of like where the character's moving.
Oh, the other part of it, your characters get shoved a lot. And if it was like the pushing is a new concept for a lot of players, and where is its placement in maps? I get the Devourer argument, where it's like, okay, it's a Devourer, it's a big impactful hit earlier on, I get it. But then when you get to like in-game mapping, it starts to feel a little weird when you got these little mobs that are way faster. They're also like kind of shoving you around a little bit.
Right. I suspect that might be a case of certain monsters just not having correct adjustment. I mean, like, I'd be interested to know a specific example because. I mean, so you've got stuff like those.
Play the game, you will find
right?
some.
It's like when they attack you, they do a little push there. And once again, it feels like from just a mass perspective that feels all right. But I guess I could imagine a scenario where because your character is moving so fast.
Did Jonathan just say he can't think of any scenario where he's being pushed too much by a mob?
Feel a bit off. So
he's not playing this game at all.
I kind of see where you're coming from in some of those cases.
I
I
got like 10 clips.
To some of those monsters
10 clips of me being pushed for like 10 seconds and then just alt F4ing because I'm pissed.
Also, when you have, there will be monsters that are wrong that don't appear as much in single player as well. I mean, this is just on top of that, because you won't know they're wrong until they're not only trying to attack you, they're trying to attack something behind you. And all of a sudden you're getting moved by something that you don't like. Probably again, it could occur in minion cases, kind of a summoning case.
Is that why they often push you?
Player, it certainly happens.
That's super weird though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that all the monsters have the correct pushiness value, so to speak. So,
right.
That's
but I mean, it's good.
I just wondered, maybe it was always when I had my skeletons out for spirit, for the damage buff.
Yeah, and would need some attention. We just need to get someone to like do an audit specifically thinking about that.
It requires, for some reason, a quite difficult eye for detail because, again, you want
it to
just
feel
be physically correct.
A check, right?
Sense from a physical perspective. And
why would they keep pushing if they reach their target? And also, if they run into...
I found it quite hard to find someone who can actually assess what would happen if.
Why even have the push mechanic?
There is stuff like that, which I mean, sure, maybe it is kind of difficult. But yeah, we need to go over it with a fine-tooth comb.
I do think the context though of like when you're, because I mean normally when a monster is being set up, it's being tested in isolation, and you're not necessarily using like a crazy fast build on it, right? You're just like playing it in the context of the era originally appeared in, like that is to say during campaign when you don't necessarily have like some this like crazy move speed and all that stuff. So I suspect that the interpretation actually probably would change a little bit in the presence of having that sort of faster play that you get as your stats increase. I think it is something we should look into and like do it and recontextualize it with the idea that we should be looking at it from with high level builds in mind.
That's a,
So I suspect there might be
some
something.
ideas.
I
I've
think there
got
might be
some
something
ideas.
there. Yeah.
that works. We can move on. Okay, so the next portion here is kind of around ailments. So ailments in particular scale off of
Choose a
on
time to
hit, which means the ailments
roll,
very
actually.
often ends up feeling not so much as a build in and of itself, but as additional damage
Plus
to
got a
a
pitch.
build. So
We're back.
the question would be, and I have a couple of specific questions as follow-ups here, is where do you guys see ailments placed in Path of Exile? Do you want to see, like, I'm doing a bleed build, or do you want to more see it as bleed as additional damage to a build I'm already doing?
Well, I personally, when I'm designing, I'm looking more about the combo potential of ailments and what they can do for other abilities. But that being said, that ideally we're in a situation where both of these things can be true, where it can be that you're playing a bleed build, but also then someone else might be playing a build that's relying more on consuming the bleed to do something else. And there's like a few different approaches you can take with it. Ideally, it's like, we can get all of these situations to be true depending on how you speak your character. It was intentional to make it so that the ailments depend more on the original hit, and I guess. So why did we do that?
A lot
There was
of
a
that
whole
is
thing.
somewhat, to me, intuition, right?
Right.
Like, there's a little bit of a confusing level where you're like, I got the skill that applies a bleed, and I'm going to increase my damage, and it happens to say increase damage with hits. And, like, I don't know if anyone at that time is thinking that, oh, this is a hit, and the bleed isn't a hit, even though it's applied by the hit. Like, there's a level of just, like, unnecessary complexity that occurs there where it's like, it's nice to just have more damage is more damage, and it affects both, and that's just, like, nice on some level. Like, that is certainly helpful.
Wait, they just announced Act 4 for real?
But I think also part of the problem is, like, you want the thing where if you take increased attack
guess no.
damage, for example, like, that affects your damage over time is applied by those attacks, right? Like, you get, again, you don't want all this, like, really, you have to take global damage and you can't take kind of certain types of damage, and you have to work your way around it and know all this, like, hyper specialized details about which stats work and which stats don't. And looking at
Isn't
that
it
from,
already
like, just
like
a
that?
new player, or not even new, from probably people who have hundreds if not thousands of hours into the game, are probably still uninformed unless they've read a specific thing explaining how it works.
I have
So
600
that's the
hours
same
and I don't know
here.
shit
here we
about
want-
this
yeah,
game
so
except
too.
sometimes
Just
loot
be, if
drops.
you increase your damage of the hit,
Sometimes
is
you
harder, then
die.
the bleed applied by the thing is
Sometimes
gonna
enemies
do
die.
more damage. That is certainly an upgrade. However, there isn't exactly a design goal to say no, you can't be a build that's like hyper bleeding or igniting or anything like that. And whether or not those are entirely supported or supported enough is obviously people's opinion. Or
Does
maybe
bleed
not
and shit like that even
necessarily
work
opinion,
on?
but like, it's
on
not. There's no
mapping?
specific goal to not.
Because
go
you want
one
to
way
get
or the other.
shit killed in one
We just
shot,
want
right?
to make sure that you can, if you increase the damage of the hit, the ailment applied by that hit is doing more damage.
Makes sense. I think where the feedback ends up coming from is you're increasing the damage of the hit. So by the end of it, you're not really playing an Ignite build because you like Ignite the element. You're playing a Hammer of the Gods build. You know what I mean? That's applying the Ignite. That's, I think, the end result of where scaling the hit comes
Well,
from.
the
and
Hammer
where
of the Gods
feedback-
bleed thing isn't exactly something that that we're like in love with. Just as a side note,
Something is needed to be
Something
done
is
there, for
needed
sure.
about
I
that,
really don't want to do the whole like 80% less damage with ailments and all the skills and all. I feel like it's all a bit tacky. It should be, but honestly, I don't even know an alternate solution right now, and we need to delve into for so. There's
They don't
probably
have
a
lots
way
of
around
solutions right
something like
now.
that, but yeah, you're right.
It is
like,
unfortunate that Hammer of the best way to do a bleed.
Why does it cut
like,
out?
It is
Is that just for me?
counterintuitive and not amazing.
and an ignite
And an ignite. Yeah,
any-
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it weaves back to what we had talked in our previous Tavern Talk, specifically about ailments, where how the thematical approach of the harder you hit, the harder the consequence of that hit becomes in form of an ailment,
It's
right?
interesting,
We
but
talk
I
about
s- I
ignition,
wanna
we talk
see
about bleed and
numbers.
all those things. But at the same
One,
time, we
two.
also put the players in the boat where we now are starting to scale, or we have the perspective of thinking, why would I stop scaling that on-hit damage if I have to stop scaling my on-hit damage to do more ailment damage? Why can't I just continue scaling that on-hit? And then you have these outliers like Hammer of the God, for example. Whereas in PoE2, there's like separate ways of scaling. If you want to scale ailments, then the on-hit is kind of meh in comparison, but now your build is actually focused on ailments. So they like you guys want to get to that point where there's actual
Well, that
full
might just be a
focus.
matter of making sure that the increases to ailments are more effective than the increases to hits. In that case.
Yeah.
I think in general.
I mean, it
they
is the case, but
are,
they might need to
not-
further do
yeah.
that.
I don't think in a way that would mathematically make it more beneficial overall.
Right. Like we might just need to fix that.
Yes.
Oh, we might.
I can't remember.
So
the
basically,
exact
what you
values,
guys were
but yes,
talking
almost-
about. Basically what you guys were talking about was that you wanted hard hits to apply this. It's the same thing we talked about in the last Tavern Talk. I was just curious to see if the plans are to find another venue to actually make ailment bills possible contenders in the game, because they feel kind of lackluster outside of what we just talked about.
Part of the issue is as well as the goal, and an achievable goal at that, where it's like, well, why do anything else? Well, why not do the ailment if you can have that? You start the fight, you drop your Hammer of the Gods, and now the fight's over, because it plus the ailment is enough to kill the boss from full life. All of a sudden, the cooldown of the skill is irrelevant, which is meant to be the major downside as to why it's allowed to deal so much damage. And so as long as you can do that, like if it did 10% of the life of the boss and the ailment did another 10%, this wouldn't be such a problem in the context of Hammer of the Gods, because all of a sudden, yeah, you've done 20% of its life. Like that's a decent chunk of damage.
What even is Hammer of the Gods?
But just because of the fact that there is the capability to get it to be so high damage that it will just one-shot them again, and crit is part of this problem as well. Yeah, then why would you not do that? You don't need to spec into any defense or anything else at all, right? You don't have to care.
True.
So yes, there's like part of a problem where this is where I'm just like, how much of this is just nerf Hammer of the Gods because that's how it's played?
Well, I mean, it isn't even. I mean, I feel like at some point you just want to put. No,
Isn't it attack though?
Create ailments on Hammer of the Gods.
Well, yeah, but we always try.
I know.
Find
We try
ways
not.
around
At some
more
point.
arbitrary
But the more we have
restrictions
this
and,
conversation,
yeah.
I'm just kind of.
Are they
Well,
just
that's what I
cutting out
said
for me?
before. As opposed to cannot apply, you put 80%.
I'll reload the stream. That was weird.
Well, I feel like cannot
It happens
apply
all the time.
They both suck.
I think it's only the
cannot
GG
apply
guys.
is just like it's just a clean roll. This is what it is, and then kind of
Yeah.
done. You know, like as soon as you start getting, I don't know. I feel
Well,
like the 80% thing.
I
is-
know it's on
yeah.
the list right now of things we still have to discuss in more detail. So
Right.
and I mean the today/tomorrow list. So well,
It's gotta be on
Speaking
there.
of list and ailments, I am curious because we also had this conversation in the last Tavern Talk podcast, and that was Bleed on ES, and it was the contradicting
Yeah,
line.
we were
the
wrong.
idea. Yeah. Okay.
we were wrong.
They were wrong.
Well, there was a few things we did change around that. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but it was a decision we actually made. I remember being like, okay, you can't bleed things with ES, which actually is the case. You can't bleed things with Energy Shield.
Right.
It has to be damage to life that causes the bleed.
Yes.
And there's some reason for that. I can't remember why.
Was it a dumb technical reason or like an actual design reason?
I mean, how's something supposed to bleed if
But
it's
and
not
I was like, what the?
hit?
There's no way it works.
The
that
energy
way.
shield
And
being
we
hit,
were
right?
just talking about how we were gonna
It makes sense.
make sure it isn't the case, and we were just
No, it
wrong.
makes
and then it
sense.
was like, yeah, you guys decided this. And I was like, oh, and then I had flashbacks to crazy discussions we had, and yes, indeed, we did decide that.
Because it makes sense.
Now, all that being said,
Shit.
there were
Makes
some
sense, though.
extreme cases of Energy Shield on monsters where it was like, the way it was working is the map mod was like, 25%, and then it would multiply with all the life modifiers that unique monsters have, and it's like, okay, now the monsters have legit 2.5 times the amount of Energy Shield that they have life, or like 1.5 times. So
Just
that, you
like
know,
players.
a million life, they have 1.5 million Energy Shield. And
Seems
it's
fair.
like, well, that's of course just terrible. I think we've changed all of that since, so at least like now when it says they have 20% Energy Shield, it is at least their final life multiplied by 1.2, or 0.2 and added as Energy Shield. So at least like there's a lot less to deal with there. Now I'm not entirely sure if I'm happy with the fact it works this way, and it is just a nice downside for bleed builds, or if it's like, well, this is just annoying because of, I don't know. I don't quite know how I feel. I like it in some regards, and then in others I can see why it's frustrating is the thing. But at least we've fixed the freaking Energy Shield problem, which is just things having all of the Energy Shield. But I do like the idea that monsters with Energy Shield have it is a weakness to a bleed build. Now, whether or not it is a balance warranted weakness is a different story, because you could argue that that isn't factored into bleed's power. But Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I sit on this one, to be honest now. But I did, at least we did address the energy shield problem, at least, to the major degree.
All right, so one more last question regarding ailments before we move on, and that is actually regarding Ignite proliferation. It feels very short. The radius isn't very long. Are you guys happy with the current state of proliferation effects of ailments such as Ignite?
I don't even remember the radius. Too many numbers. I honestly can't say I have enough familiarity with this to even be able to give you an answer as to whether or not I am happy. So I guess the real thing is if players are unhappy, then there's probably a change that needs to be made, right? So if that is the case, I'd have to look into it, honestly, which wouldn't take me long. It would take me like 10 minutes. I just need to refamiliarize myself with it, but obviously not in this moment.
I believe the radius is nearby, so that would be, in this case, 1.2 meters, I think it is, or 2 meters or something. It's very, very short. That's why I had to bring it up. Well, let's move on from ailments. And one of the questions we have was cross-weapon skills. Are there any intentions in making skills be able to be used with multiple weapon types?
Generally speaking, no, because we see the skills that you use with your weapon as being like innate to what it means to use that weapon, and that was like a major difference between PoE 1 and PoE 2. So yeah, the plan is to keep that. I mean, that being said, there's still a few skills. I mean, things like marks and stuff like that. We just have them work across things. But generally speaking, no, the skills are supposed to be associated with the weapons.
There'll be like unique item territory that might bend the rules there a bit, but otherwise, yeah, wanting the skills and the weapons to be quite linked was one of the main design goals of PoE 2, and having that different weapons feel different from one another when they can be quite melded into the same concept in PoE 1, where it's almost like it doesn't really matter if you're using one or the other necessarily. It's just a matter of what gives you the highest DPS.
That's always the matter.
So next question on the list, which we touched on just briefly here previously, about boss spawn rates. So you said that you've increased also the the rate that you're going to see monsters, or I should say bosses, be accessible. Does that include things like Audience for a King and their drop rates in like Ritual?
That is explicitly what I'm talking about. So that is the
okay.
The Twisted Domain, is that what it's still called? The rate of which Olroth appears, the Audience with the King frequency, and Simulacrum frequency.
Big W then. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll follow that question up with the current boss drops. There's going to be 100 uniques being added to the game.
Oh no.
Will some end up being boss-specific ones? And are there any changes to what items the endgame bosses can drop currently?
So we're not adding new boss-specific drops to bosses that already existed, but there are some of those uniques are boss-specific for new content that we're adding. So yeah, but the intention though with the uniques is not
like
to be add a bunch of boss-specific stuff. Mostly, it's to add a bunch of stuff to the core drop pool, which is what needs, which is what needs it, I think. So yeah, that's
good
most
uniques.
of the core drop pool.
So with the addition of 7 new maps, I believe is what you said is coming to the game as well, has there been any retuning or touching of the previous maps?
There it is.
Follow up to that would be, are there any plans to have something like a Horizon Orb, or potentially you could change one map into another? So if you see one that's like
delete
Nogger, you could
breaches.
change to a Val Factory or what have you.
So we haven't done that.
Do it then.
There's been probably a few touch-up to maps, but I would say it hasn't been the major focus
Why?
of 0 to 0. But I do think it's going to be a much more of a focus in 030 that we want to try and improve the mapping experience of just the core maps by quite a lot.
Shit.
So yeah, like that'll be more of a thing we do then.
We had a huge discussion about this the other day.
Yeah.
I think we did briefly talk about it in the Q&A with Ziggy, but like effectively there are just some maps that are just like
horrible. Say it.
Very mundane. There's not a lot going on, and yeah. So part of this was also okay. Well, at least adding all this new content, like the Exiles and the Wisps and stuff.
Obviously, they're gonna do it, but
alleviate the level of things not going on.
That means like another
maps.
5 months, maybe.
But, yeah, we
having to
had
do
a
bad
pretty
maps.
massive discussion about how we could improve it. We just need to do it.
Or
And
maybe
there's no way we were.
I mean, they changed towers
so,
in between big patches. They could do that with that too.
Yeah, current objective there.
Another Atlas question regarding maps. Sometimes they're broken. Like there are map nodes that are 100% out of reach.
Yeah.
Is this addressed in point 2?
There's been we told the person who works on that to fix it.
One
they said that
person.
there was improvements. So as far as I know, it should be fixed.
That poor guy.
There are improvements to the full
There's
can't
one
exit
guy.
at all. Like you're in this block and you're like, I literally can't escape.
One guy at
this
fault.
island.
One person's at
I don't
fault.
think there's. I think there will still be just
he's yawning.
very rarely random disconnected maps that you can't get to, because that is technically less problematic than the people who are literally unable to play the end game because they're trapped. The other thing that we've done.
Oh, that happens to
very
people.
recent,
They're trapped in their base
which
pretty
I
much.
checked yesterday
with
was
no
a pretty
notes?
drastic improvement.
That's-
Is just there's like bits that are just improving the general connectivity between blocks. The concept of a block is probably not very observable to a player, but effectively you'd get these like kind of lines where it's like I can't map across this entire section. There's 0 connections. That's like kind of because it's a gap between what we call blocks, and we've increased the connectivity between those like dramatically.
It should be very easy to program, actually. I think.
There is one bug left, which I don't think we're going to fix in time, which is, currently a node is only meant to have a total of 4 in and out connections, and I think once they get more than 4, one of them, they look like they have 5, but only one of them will just straight up not work. This is a bug.
I think I've seen that before.
I just think it might go out with that bug. It's already on live, that problem, where sometimes you're like, I've completed this map and it connects to this one, but I can't get there, and that's because it has more than 4 total lines. We just need to fix that. So it's just that person has been excruciatingly busy. So
that one person.
If it's not there immediately, it'll be there shortly after.
One person. Nobody else at fault. One person. That poor guy. That's so unfair. I'd hate to be that person.
Which was mentioned in the Destined
I bet he's got a panic attack right now, or she.
Well, I don't have anything extra to say about this.
Let's be honest, it's a guy, but
I don't have anything extra to
maybe.
say about this.
Maybe he's trans. She.
All right, so then moving on to crafting here. So we're hoping you could walk us through the process of coming upon the solution as Recombinators to be the next addition you guys wanted into the game.
Walk us through how to craft a successful craft.
Well, effectively, we were
How
looking
much does
for
it
things
cost?
that could increase the ability for there to be more interesting stuff you could do.
And give each league its own crafting
mechanism. And
Why did it cut out?
Recombination is something that kind of like is sort of I should say multiplicative with kind of other things that go on with mods, because it sort of allows you to do some interesting stuff.
And utilizes ground items.
Utilizes ground items in a good way. Boxes as far as like what we need.
Cutting out a lot now.
Crafting system to do. Today I'm actually going to be going, because we had that last minute change of how we wanted it to work, and so today I'm going to be going through the math of that pretty significantly. That's my plan for after this podcast. So we'll see how that one turns out after this. But effectively, Recombination will change, I think, its role a little bit from PoE 1, because it'll be more about getting the good set of like 3 to 4. 2, 3, 4 kind of mods that you want on an item, and then going from there with the exalting the remaining. That's kind of the intended place where it kind of ends up being most useful for you. It isn't going to be something that you are going to make a perfect 6T1 item with, because the percentage chance will just become.
What's a 61 item?
Not being worth even trying. So really, it's more about those a smaller number of mods that you can definitely pick, and then hoping to get do well with the remaining 2. So that's sort of the value. But ultimately, it's that sort of stuff where we need our crafting systems to work well with ground items, and to fit into to be multiplicative with other crafting that you can do, and having it be on a system that on a league that didn't have crafting as well was a big bonus too.
I mean, we have so many more other ideas and other things we do, and
also league not have
with
crafting.
Future leagues, future content, and expansions to the ones we already have, and it's just going to be a matter of we want to do at least for now with Expedition 1, because the vendor thing is there, but it's not really achieving. It's not really equivalent to the others where they have again an external crafting system that interacts with dropped items or something like that. So adding that means at least now they all have something, and then now it's either make them better or add new ones, which there's no shortage of ideas of things we want to actually do there. So
Fair enough. We have another question we got from the community as well, and that is regarding your stance and/or plans for like resistance swaps, craftable option. Is that something you guys want to see in the future of the game?
Resistance swaps.
Sorry, what was that word? I missed it.
Resistance.
Resistance swap.
Well,
Swapping,
it is
similar to like Harvest in PoE1.
it's meant to be the roles of runes. Like your runes are meant to be the thing that's doing that, as opposed to just changing the mods on explicit.
Yeah, I
items
guess
like
so.
That. The context there, I don't know if you're, I remember aware, but there is a harvest craft in PoE1 that allows you to change a cold to a lightning or a cold to a fire, etc. In the resistance thing.
Yeah, that really is what runes are for.
Next question we have is actually starting to touch on Ascendancy specifically, and we have starting with the Amazon, and there's a node called Critical Strike, and it's referring to additional crit strike chance from 25% of excess chance to hit. The real question here is rather, is this going to be like a base crit strike chance or increased critical strike chance to the player?
I would assume that
we think it's base.
probably base, but honestly, I'd have to ask someone specifically about that. Yeah, like I don't know the actual answer, but it's probably base.
Getting more and more because the chance to accuracy has diminishing returns, so it gets harder and harder and harder to get higher values. So it should, in theory, be okay to be adding as base because could get quite aggressive the fall off there. So I believe it works that way. But this is the exact kind of thing where someone might have been like, "Oh my god, this is unacceptable and imbalanced, and we have to change how it works to be some kind of final value or something," and if which the description will be updated and it will be made clear, but that might have happened literally as we've been doing this for all we know. So as far as we know, last it worked, it was adding just a base critical strike chance that then gets scaled with increases.
All right. The other node is also from Amazon, and that is Penetrate. This is referring to having attacks adding 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon's added base physical damage. Question here is simple. Is it going to be added as a local damage modifier that will then be scaled with the weapons mods, or is it just an added flat number on top of the total damage?
I don't think it adds it to your weapon. I just don't think it would work that way. Because I don't even think the stat is phrased that way. I think it's more that, like...
I think it's the same as if you got added physical damage on, like, a ring.
Right.
That's
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
So one of the things I was most excited by when I saw the reveal was the Tame Beast. Kind of something I was not expecting to see when I saw it. And when I heard you guys talking about, you had to, in the Ziggy D interview, you had to change some of the affixes. It got me curious. Did you guys run into any scenario where some of the affixes you thought would be, absolutely busted, like invulnerability aura or etc.? What was some of the cases you ran into?
Yes, 100%. What other ones? There is definitely some that were. But I think
the temporal bubble
that
was
one in
another
particular pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean we've had to do things where we had to reduce the uptime on some of them and like, change how frequently they use them. But on the other end, we've also taken the mods that would have been really really bad at killing monsters and made them a lot better as well. So it should be a bit more uniform. But yeah, it's certainly a kind of. Well, on top of that, I mean, aside from being a difficult balance task, there's also like just making sure it's not annoying when you're like AK or looting. It's not like, doing things too. I mean, one problem you're gonna face, which I want to address, I just don't know how to do it imminently, is the fact that you might often see those things coming out. Like, for example, if your rare monster has periodic fire explosions mod, like you can't distinguish those from enemy ones, and you might all of a sudden be avoiding your beasts mods all the time. Now, a lot of people are probably just gonna be like, "Oh my god, don't tame a beast with that mod." Fair enough. I do want to actually alleviate that and do like Asmerian versions of all those effects so that you can at least distinguish them apart. Put some wispy stuff or change the color of it a little bit. But for now, like that's kind of a lot, and we didn't get time to do that. So that will happen, just as a forewarning. That being said, it obviously doesn't damage you. Well, actually, it did at one point. It won't. It won't damage you. We had that with specters as well, where there are some monsters like the ones in the Ziggurat, where they like create they send forward like a little sun orb, and it's like, oh yeah, that's just a normal projectile, right? And then the specters are using it, and all of a sudden it's killing you. And one of our audio guys found that the other day and was like, "I'm getting killed by my own specters." I'm like, oh, no. This is fun, though. Not the point in the pipeline we should be finding this out. So hopefully there's no more of those going on, but be careful.
You know, because the reason why the audio team is because the audio team have to do a whole pass on every monster for the case where it's your minion, because otherwise you get really annoying audio that's like 5 minutes a monster, but when they're next to you all the time, it's like really irritating. So it's like that's actually one of the things we had to do to make Spectres work was do a redo of the entire audio pass for that. So it's kind of a funny one.
All right, one last question for Tame Beast for you then. So it's a spear skill, obviously it shows up on the spear skill screenshot you got there. Is it locked behind having the spear equipped? Is it the type
No, it's not. So you can just use it on any class. It's just there because it's know associated with the Huntress. You can use it as any character.
Okay, that's pretty awesome then.
Moving over to Ritualist, we have a couple of quick questions here, and I'll start with the first one. The extra ring slots, we saw the answer to this regarding Calandra's touch ring, not being able to copy it, but how will the extra ring slot interact with Ingenuity?
Yeah.
It just works with its
That's good in the
nice
Bengals.
new nerfed version.
It just works.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
There was a list of unique rings that we had to do specific implementation for, like Thief's Torment and random stuff. I don't know what state these are all in, and the like can't use other ring slots stat, I should say. I can't remember the exact decisions that were made on all, but ideally they should just be the most intuitive thing. It's just they all needed pretty specific handling.
All right, so then the other question I had is question people were having was on the screenshot where you were showing the Ritual Sacrifice, where you got the mods from the monster. It was stated as you get one of them, but then in the video you got
you actually get all,
That's gone through a whole bunch of balance. I don't know if you get all. I think you get four if you stab them and something if you stab yourself. There's some I can't remember the numbers, but honestly, again, it might change tomorrow.
We might change it tomorrow
we do these
again.
Live streams, and it's not like we've stopped developing on the game. So you get little inaccuracies like that are just wrong, or that change.
It's funny how they're not locked into something. They're like, let's keep tweaking it.
We've written that thing literally 5 minutes before we did it.
Patches in 4 days. Let's keep tweaking it. Let's break it.
Yeah, sometimes across that time you've recorded a thing and you don't want to have to re-record every single little thing, or you just miss a thing, and so you get little inaccuracies like that. But it is certainly not what it was represented as. So.
All right. We can move over to the Tactician. And the first one is regarding the focus fire notable, basically where you attack, your totem starts attacking. We've seen this as it exists in PoE 1. It's not been very popular in PoE 1, so I wanted to ask what the differences are from the PoE 1 versions to the new version in PoE 2, if any.
I don't think it is different. I don't think it is different, and I don't disagree with you that it might have even been adjusted since, because I also, I'll go check that out after this, because I also don't disagree that it is on my list of I don't think this is actually very good. So, It might have already been addressed though.
Fair enough. The second tactician question we have is regarding the supporting fire minion. Now, can you elaborate on how this minion will actually function, as it states that they will trail you, but they will be literally off screen? And will this have an impact on them being within presence?
I have to tell you a secret. The minion doesn't really exist. They're not actually following you. It's just that there's effectively a skill being done.
It's got a Johnny mechanic where it scales with minion modifiers.
Exactly, right?
Okay.
Damage is done as if it was being done by a minion, but yes, the minions don't really exist. They're not really following you.
So this breaks they are not within presence then, because they would have to exist within your vicinity.
Exactly. Well, they're off screen, right? They're not.
They're outside the borders of the map.
Exactly.
They can see you.
Artillery.
They got binoculars.
All right.
No, we ruined the illusion.
Exactly.
They did.
Okay, so Smith of Katava, Temper Weapon. This one looks really interesting because based upon the way it works is depending on how much people are really going to use it. So we were kind of curious about how the Temper Weapon actually works, if there's more details. Is it a time period? It looks like he hits it 4 times and gets multiple attacks. So is it...
that might be super annoying.
Temper Weapon is going to work with that. So
imagine being in a boss fight. Every 10 seconds you're like, wait, let me...
exact numbers, because they probably have been changed. But effectively, it is...
I believe it's a number of attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was meant to fill a role similar to Meditate, where it's like you do certain things. And in this case, it's meant to be, not like... I mean, you should be able to hit a few times and then get to use it for quite some time. Like it shouldn't be just like a really annoying where it's like literally between every pack I got to be sitting there hitting my weapon and
Right.
But I believe some number of hits of the weapon gives you a much greater number of actual fire explosions going off.
Okay.
So, I just again without all the numbers in mind, I can't really explain exactly what that balance is because they would have changed since.
I gotta say, there's actually way too many classes in
that works. There was
SNCs.
some guesses on whether or not it was going to
For
be
1 week.
duration or on hit. You know how many hits you get.
It's
based
not. It's on.
some
It's on hit though. It is on hit.
Okay, that answers that then.
All
Can I just filter out the
another
lower
note
tier
from the
runes?
Smith of
Yeah,
Kitava
right.
Is manifest weapon, personal favorite of mine with animate weapon.
I wonder if they're like
Now, the question
level
would be, how will this
required
ability
though.
Work? Is it preserving spirit? Is it
Like, do you have to
coupling a
use
weapon?
lower
Could
ones
you
on a
elaborate
twink,
this?
on a tune?
Uh,
That would suck.
it copies
It
your
would be nice if you
weapon,
could just go for the big
whether or
ones.
not
And does anybody know
it
how much it is? Like
using
12,
spirit.
14,
I
16?
don't
Was
think
that?
so,
It
no.
doesn't. It doesn't.
But yeah, it's a copy of your weapon. I think.
Oh,
I
does it
think
go up to
each different
24?
weapon type has
I
a
don't remember
skill.
anymore.
So if it's a mace, it'll occasionally
That's
do a
definitely gonna be
slam,
nice.
and if it's a staff, it'll occasionally, called
Less
staff, it'll
resi
occasionally do
problems.
I don't remember what all the skills are, but the idea is that it doesn't just melee attack only. It has like an extra ability it uses on periodically.
It's only for runes
You're
though,
dual
right? Not
wielding.
for
Do you
soul
get
cores.
both weapons?
I don't remember. I think no. You probably just get your main hand. It's probably.
That'd be cool though.
I mean, it would be, but technically that is way more damage.
It's
Unless you're
just
saying
out
it's
of
one
U2.
minion that attacks with both, in which case that would be cool. I'd have to have a look. In fact, it could. Maybe it is doing that. I actually.
I can also balance
I don't know.
better. Oh no, actually not.
I don't know.
Last question. Sorry.
Often what happens there, just for context, we're involved in their like initial design. We have it at hands off. That level
well.
of detail we
I
won't
hope they're not too
necessarily
rare.
figure out. You hand it off to a designer will come back a few times asking intermittent questions about it, and then sometimes you don't see it again, and that's fine.
New maps look
You
actually
test it on
dope.
live, or you
I'll
play
be
it
just other
on
real
live. Like,
test.
other people have seen it. You trust the process.
That's
it
true. I'm
works,
a little bit
it's
scared
just
about the
that,
one where
like,
the
it's
way
hard to
just opens
retain
up in
literally
front of
details
you.
about every single ascendancy node and all
That might be
when you have
annoying.
so much going on. So
Sure.
If it doesn't stay.
I have one question I have to bring up, my friend Pox here. Since everyone's referring to Smith of Kitava as the chieftain of PoE 2, are we getting RF soon?
No idea what that means. RF.
You'll have to wait until the
Rage
class that is
Fist?
that's most associated with
Rage
is,
Fist?
is ready to come out. Unfortunately,
Fair
so
enough.
yeah, it won't be. It
Sure,
won't
that
be.
answer.
It won't be the. Unfortunately, it won't be the next class either. Maybe the one a little bit further down the line.
Didn't he just say it's
I
gonna
have
come
to
though?
ask.
Mm-hmm.
You just said it's
All
gonna
right, so
come
last
though,
question
right?
we have for Smith of Kitava is a pretty basic one.
It's a real
The
popular
heat of
build.
the Forge skill
Okay.
looks kind of interesting, and there's some debate. Does it work on like every hit your Castia skill, or is it basically energy gain, sort of like the Cast on Ignites, Cast on Shock?
Good question.
I guess Mjolnir isn't out to talk about that right now, so.
They're gonna
I
talk
mean, I
about
believe
each
it's
class
energy
now,
build-up,
right?
very
So also
similar
Lich.
to how the arrest will work as well.
I
So
hope.
it works the same as Molnir.
Yeah,
Leave
but
it at
it's,
that.
I don't think that had been released.
Yes, I know.
so,
I'm just joking.
well, Mjolnir will work the same way, but lightning. That I know. Pretty sure it is like energy build-up, but again, without knowing all the numbers, I can't exactly know the frequency in which things trigger and proc and whatnot. But it is like, yeah, look, it's going to be energy-based, similar to, and so will Mjolnir, I guess. So.
Okay.
All right.
My boss
We'll
in
try
that
to
sounds
speed it up
chaotic.
a
I'm
bit. We
in.
don't want to take you too much time. like
I
we
want
did
the fucking
last
wasteland
time.
from
So
that.
we'll move over straight to the Lich.
Yes.
Now, the first and big question I think most of us are having is regarding eternal life. Basically, when you
Male
read it,
or
it
female?
more or less tells everybody you're going to be immortal. So could you elaborate on this will work?
Which one was that again? The names. Is that
Your
the...
life.
I mean, we
life
are
can't change
already-
If you have energy shields, so if you have like Zealot's Oath, you have a little bit of energy shield regen, you're not going to die. Mechanical stuff that you combine with modifiers.
We're
and
already
stuff, those
immortal, right?
build
When we die, we just come back to our hideout.
A serious disdain.
We don't
the whole
die.
list goes- In terms of how that would
What's
operate.
there about this? I mean, A, we acknowledged it was powerful. That's for damn sure. So many mechanics around this. I mean, the name is fitting, I guess. I agree. I can't remember. We had a massive discussion about this, and like figured out that it was strong but maybe okay. Now whether or not we're right about that, we'll see. I don't know, again, without looking into this more and talking to people, I won't be able to get an exact answer. But like, look, we're not going to intentionally release something that makes you just actual God mode.
Oh, they don't?
Either people have now going to
They
tell
don't?
us about what we messed up.
What are stat stackers in this game?
Counterbalance something, or you know, maybe
What's a
there's some
gemling?
misconceptions about how it works or something like that, which we probably need to clarify. They again might have already addressed something to do with this as well. I'd have to have a look. I have certainly since the thing not been entirely
actually win. It definitely is, right?
The ascendancy class changes have been happening just because again there's too much other stuff going on. So
Sure. Well, two quick
you
questions.
might be immortal, you might not be. As the summary of it, we'll see.
Hopefully, I would
I
imagine.
mean,
you're
liches are not really immortal, right? They got their
I believe
phylacterum or
that
whatever it's
it
called.
Should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just going to add that without some level of.
Yeah, if there was a bit of a tip to the
You could
captains,
argue, right?
which they
Was
had, like,
Lord
Stitchers when we
Voldemort
showed the showcase
immortal?
had Stitchers
I don't
who's
think
wearing-
so.
who's wearing that series to
He
say,
died.
I'm like, okay, you know,
Yeah.
it's a bit of a inside nod to it, I suppose. Okay, so a couple questions here related to the other ascendancies. Conduit, when it says you lose 5% of mana per second, we're assuming that's current mana, or is that actually 5% of maximum mana?
Sorry, which one was that? Sorry, I didn't-
Necromantic Conduit, where it says as a modifier where you're going to lose 5% of your mana per second is sort of the downside of that one there. So
I mean, if it doesn't say maximum, it should be current.
got it. And then
But I won't ever. I again, we're getting into like the level of specific that I am not able to stay entirely up to date on or informed of nowadays. But I'm pretty sure it would be current if it doesn't say maximum. But again, I will not say that there isn't just a mistake in the description. But we do have several people check all of that, so it should be current if it doesn't say max.
Gotcha. Well, the last one we have for you on the ascendancy here, it's about the jewel socket, which looks pretty cool. You get the extra jewel socket, you go in the lich there. Can that be used with Adorn? Not putting Adorn in the socket, but does it calculate within?
Is it
the
non-unique? I think it's non-unique jewels only, right?
Yeah, basic jewel. So it's the basic jewel that you put in there. Can the Adorn outside on the
Oh,
passive
can
tree
you do?
affect the jewel?
Good question. I want to say yes, but I don't know why I want to say yes. I feel like I want to say yes because that's probably what you'd expect, but that might have been handled if it was in a case that was unacceptable. There's a good chance someone they would have tested that and found out one way or the other and made it either work or not. But intuitively, it should work. But again,
Good thing that I know everything about this game and know what Adorn means. I know it's a
we're gonna
jewel.
Move on to some minion questions. First, we have the Asmerian Wisps with how they operate with a new mechanic for the O2. And
Wait,
I
minion?
was curious how the radius of these would be affecting enemies, as we have enemy or minion builds, we have a non-minion builds that applies to killing enemies fast enough. Will these wisps actually have the time to affect the enemies before you reach them? Would that be an
Oh.
issue for minion builds and other builds like Dead Eyes and whatnot?
They do move pretty fast. When
I'm
you're
pretty sure
in front
just
of them.
run away from
So,
you.
like, and they don't like get blocked by monsters or anything like that.
Yeah.
And the radius is like relatively high.
It's just
so I don't
about
think it
minions
should
right
be
now,
much
not
of an
about
issue.
the mechanic, right?
So
'Cause
I guess I would say
I'm
just like if we're
pissed.
tweaking those parameters correctly.
we've done a few things like when the wisps start to possess, like when they get in range of their target, they make their target unable to die, so that you can't kill it just as it's possessing it. There's a few little things like that, but yeah, they are pretty generous with it. I'm not going to say it's impossible. Like, there's always going to be some kind of killing edge of screen. Well, hopefully not always, but there is always the possibility of that happening, and thus, yeah, you're going to be able to just like obliterate things before it happens. But it's pretty difficult to do, honestly. At least you can't, unlike Torment Spirits, kill the spirit on accident to start with. So at least there's that. One step in the right direction. That being said, yeah, I'm not going to say it's impossible. Like, it's obviously if you are extremely powerful and in like an underleveled area, there's a good chance you're just going to kill everything with a single tap. The moment it not even approaches your screen. That being said, it should be that we've done enough to account for this. If we haven't, there is always more we can do to account for it. So we'll just have to see. But I'm pretty sure it's in a decent spot right now.
Act 4 announced?
Hopefully it won't be a problem.
So we have a question that's sort of a follow-up from
Act
one of the previous
4.
updates. Minions got an
Do we get
AI
Act 4?
improvement around
Ugh.
body blocking, and we were wondering if there's going to be any further AI improvements to body blocking in 0.2.
I don't think we've got anything else in 0.2. I think that was. I think there wasn't anything else. In
Yeah,
this.
not in 020.
0201?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that hasn't.
I know, like the raised specters have a thing where because we don't, if they get too far away, they like become like a spirit form and like travel over to you and then reappear as the monster and stuff like that. So they
Nice.
don't have to even die and respawn when you get too far away.
How fast do
But
they do
there
that,
is
though?
like an extreme case where that can still happen, but we do try and at least keep them from having to do that. That is also mostly because like most monsters, if you start to like speed up their movement speed, especially with the whole range of monsters, start to look ridiculously absurd. Whereas I guess with a skeleton, you get away with it a little bit more, so you can be a little bit flexible. But in terms of the generic minions, no, I don't think we've changed anything else there yet. We did the 2 changes, right? It was the
When was that door thing we did?
We did that.
When was that? Is that in?
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay.
The door thing?
And
Did they take out the doors? That would be
we
great.
did the whole like if they
Take
get
out
off
the
screen,
doors.
they
Yeah.
immediately revive next to
Alright,
you.
so I don't think there's any other
revive
changes.
next-
If the thing was already done and
Yeah.
deployed, then yeah, there isn't anything else in 0.2 for that.
A quick question is regarding minions in the early game, mostly referring to first 20 levels or so. For minions to be able to perform and feel like you're playing a minion build, the minions need to stay alive, and an 8-second revive timer whilst they're dying as soon as something looks at them in the wrong way in the first couple of levels is kind of a question that's being brought up several times. So the question
true.
is survivability of your minions in the early couple of levels something you
Don't
looked
play
at?
minion. They suck.
I don't know that I see it currently as too much of a problem. I was actually playtesting minions last night, and I mean, one thing I will say is that the witch
How?
probably has one of the easiest times in the early levels compared to many of the other classes overall.
That's fair.
At least in my opinion. So I don't know that I'm looking hugely to buff anything there right now.
With minions only, though, right? Not without minions.
I don't know. I sort of think it's sort of in an alright place in that regard.
Yeah. There's certainly nothing on the radar because it is true that the class doesn't exactly feel like
Guys, I'm
power.
playing the witch wrong because
Right,
I got a bad time with the fucking witch in the early
Question
levels.
is whether or not
Also
there's
mid,
maybe, like,
late,
a couple of bosses
all the
here
time.
and there that are maybe too punitive, or a couple of monsters, you
Right,
know,
right.
that are too punitive to minions.
Well, the one that I noticed as I was playing in the very early game was just the ground, the on-death ground poisons. Are pretty
the mushroom.
yeah, the
things.
mushroom things are pretty ruthless against minions.
Yeah.
just as a
Well,
thing.
that is a. We do need to address a lot of those, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
because again, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd like not just stand in it,
Yeah.
but you know, yeah.
What about
there-
Melis,
there-
though?
That's exactly the kind of case where we need to do something about that
Yeah, yeah.
specific. And there'll be a few more of those trickled throughout, and a few like there'll be one specific boss with one specific skill that is just like unfair, and 100% we need to keep adjusting all of those.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one is sort of a report from the previous update where it was a controller update for offering skills to make the targeting a little bit easier. Kind of the result of that was that offering skills are now auto-targeting like the lowest HP minion, you know, kind of making offering skills a little brutal there sometimes. So we're kind of wondering, is there any update for this in 0.2 or is it on the radar for future updates?
It's pretty hard to solve from a like controller versus non-controller standpoint there. Without adding in like all these extra layers.
Don't
of
play with
what I would
controller.
consider to be hopefully
Just don't.
unnecessary
It's a bad idea.
UI, but I think
Wasn't
we
there that
have-
support gem?
Yeah, we have the
Yeah.
sacrificial lamb
That
support.
might be chill.
That's new, right?
I don't have a controller anymore. I can't test.
Which you can put on a minion, and it will now always make that minion a priority target for anything that targets minions. So you can chuck that on, like, summon a couple warriors, chuck it on that, and now anytime you use an offering, they will be your priority target for those skills.
Is it perma though, or do you always have to redo it when they die?
Pretty useful. It's pretty strong, honestly, with things like even DD and using sacrifice and all that. Like it 100% is like pretty strong right now. But yeah, it also, at the other hand, solves like honestly what I would express as a quality of life problem. So
No, for sure. Speaking of warriors, why are they gone? In the footage, they were
What?
gone from the occult skill gems.
You know, I noticed that last night. I was going to ask you about that.
Well,
They're not in the T1 list anymore.
I don't. I suspect what's happened there is that there was that thing like way back where it was like the scepter should be the thing grinding that, and there shouldn't be both the skill and the scepter because you get the weird things where you have you to support both, and you.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, I agree. I
Yeah.
actually don't think that was on purpose. I suspect that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, but I did notice it last night actually.
Oh.
Yes, you're right.
Good that you told him
was
that
probably
before
just
that.
expecting.
Fair enough. I
Just
saw
saw
it.
that.
It looked like freaking out. It's like they took them away. But we're going to move on to the last part of the minion stuff, which is more pressing for the point 2 release, and that is specters.
Yes.
The first question we have is that I was unable to spot in the reveal footage whether or not we can basically unbind a specter from a bound specter. Do we then
Not
have
currently,
to have?
but we are going to add a probably just like you chuck it in the disenchant window and it changes it back, kind of thing, something like that. That'll probably be coming like immediately after launch, just because we haven't had the time to quickly do it. But it'll be the same for Tame Beast as well, where you can turn both back into the original gem.
Oh, it's a gem and then
Next
it
question
takes
is that
the
an
form.
image that we saw
Okay.
on Reddit.
Oh, so
about
we
a
can
week
take it
ago,
for a long time.
showed the Jamandra Act 2 boss being spectrable, which we can only assume was a bug as it was shown in the
That
0.1 client.
is a bug.
Don't change
I
it.
honestly, it is the greatest mystery to me. I had that happen on live where I like killed him and then it came up with the Ray Spectre UI and the skill's not even like out, and I'm like, how in the world? We genuinely cannot even comprehend how this has happened.
Wait, what?
And like, there's this level of reproducibility that is, but there's just nothing.
Well,
it doesn't make any
You know
sense.
the bug I run last night, which I've had on live before as well, and I've like no one can do any explanation as how this is possible. But sometimes when I go back to
How
Act
can
1
that be?
Town, I just get the PoE 1 UI for all of the NPCs. Like the old conversation UI from PoE 1, and no one has any explanation as to why this can occur.
Maybe because
And
you
it's just
copied it
so
from
random. I was like,
PoE
why
1?
now? I've run into it like 3 times in all of the playtesting that I do. I've had it like happen like 3 times. It's like, what the hell, man? Like, how is
Yeah,
this
I
even
don't know.
possible? Like, sometimes it's just really, really like that. That it's just incredibly bizarre.
That's some funny
Well,
bugs, though.
anyway, you're not going to be able to raise the boss as a Spectre. I
Yeah.
don't know why in the world that randomly UI is appearing. One day we're going to figure it out. There'll be some.
But
there'll be
so weird
something
that the
happens and
UI
we'll be like, oh my god, this explains
in the
this
game.
thing, and it'll be at some number of years down the line, and yeah, I got no clue.
I bet some fucking intern.
Another question is gem scaling. Will
Push
higher
something.
levels Bind Spectre gem have scaled the minion's power and or spirit cost or something else? What are we looking at?
I don't think it scales the spirit cost, but unless they've done that recently, it definitely will scale the power, like 100%. I just don't exactly know how, but I suspect it's your traditional, like, the level of it kind of thing. So,
It'll change the level of the monster.
yeah.
And there's some special lookup table that relates to what
Yes,
level the
there's like
monster
a-
is versus the spectre level is, and I don't know what dark magic was done to derive that, but effectively it scales the monster.
It happens
level.
with this. The exact same thing, by the way.
Right.
So it'll work the same way as that.
Fair enough. And one last question with minions before we can move on, so people who don't like minions can settle down. What determines the spirit cost for a creature? There's some theories going around. I saw one being based at the experience multiplier, another one that seemed more accurate, which was based at the percent life modifier, based on the data mine information that is. But what determines the spirit cost for the specters?
It is
I thought it was just determined by designer for every case, isn't it?
No, it is well, sort of. Generally speaking, it is just
Sort
some sort of multiplier, or there's some sort of math applied to, yes, how much loot or experience it would have given, which we call the effectiveness of a monster, and it is relative to that, which it's not information we hide, so it's not really relevant. It's not like a problem or anything. And then I know I think as it gets up, it kind of squishes it so that you don't get such extreme values. That being said, there are some cases in where we've taken the base monster, made a Spectre variety of it, and adjusted those numbers slightly to either intentionally make it cheaper or intentionally make it more expensive based on other external factors. There's not a huge amount of manual work like that going on. Most of the time it is just straight up relative to the amount of XP or loot they drop.
I want to see
which I know Spectres don't.
what kind of specs are going to be crazy.
Fair enough.
All right, so we're on to the final section here. We have some rapid fire questions.
But I guess you can
just
just get like a rare with nice with like auras or something,
in the
right?
Q&A rapid fire section.
Res
the most
minions?
common question that I got so far was a perfect jeweler orb drop rate. Are you guys satisfied with the drop rate of things like greater and perfect jeweler orbs, or did you want to have some adjustment done with these?
Perfect, actually not dropping that much
I think
anymore.
they are certainly a little bit too low. We're increasing them in kind of various ways, but there is at least one other change which I don't know if I've talked about, but right now in O2O, if you use the one that 6-links it, you don't also have to already go 4-link to 5-link to 6-link. So it just bypasses all the steps at least. So at least
nice.
now
That's
when
nice.
you have the 6-link orb, you don't also need a 5-link orb, and I mean the 4-link orbs are relevant, but you at least don't need that one in between. So that will at least help in that axis, but yeah, I would say they're a tad rare, especially the 5-link. I think that should be a bit more accessible. I don't mind the 6-link.
Well, the 5-link will become more accessible by virtue of 6-link.
That's true. By virtue of that, it will be, economically speaking as well.
5-link, I don't know. I
so
feel like
yes,
those drop
I
a
mean,
lot.
Sure.
Like a lot.
All right.
Don't you
that
think
answers
so?
That, then. Go on, Gazi.
I keep using them a lot because they keep dropping.
Versus, blue monsters, being able to spot them without needing to hover over them. Like maybe a hue around them or something.
415 3. That's my orbs.
I'm personally not a fan of the Fresnel glow thing that PoE1 has. The intention was to make it so the mods would make it visible enough. There might still be a few that need some adjustment.
Something I want
They
to
work
try,
though, right?
Which is like
You see
know,
what's
gonna
rare,
make
what's
it feel
not.
A bit more in world, but I need to try it to know if it's the right answer. It won't be like a, again, just a color shift to the or a Fresnel. It ends up looking real tacky, honestly. Rares were always meant to have one mod that is visual. Maybe it's not recognizable immediately, but something that at least can make you say,
That's what it feels
oh,
like.
a rare because some skill is going off or it has some visual.
It feels like there's always at least one aura or
whereas
something
Magics
around
do
them.
not,
Or they're
so
shining
that
blue
is a problem.
from energy
so
shield.
we need to do something there. I have me and an effects artist spoke about something and we want to test something, and I'll see, but it'd be nice to be able to solve that in a way that doesn't like make it just feel like there's all these colors on your screen and
Also, the rest are a little bit bigger,
you're actually
right?
again still caring about what the monster is more so than just like whether or not it's
pretty,
yellow
pretty
or
damn
blue kind
good
of thing.
visible.
So, but again, it did really look tacky. Like
I have a particular hate for Fresnel glows in games. I like people use them because they make things really visually obvious, but they look lame.
It's annoying when stuff is obvious, though, right? Everybody knows about the yellow color that shows you where to go.
It's about lockstepping. You guys said you were making a hybrid version of it, and so we're kind of curious of the status of that, and if you guys have any information to share about the.
What's lockstepping?
Unfortunately, we haven't had time to.
Yeah,
to do
still
more on
we
that
just
one.
have we don't even have predictive right now, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
I was
yeah. So
googling
it's
step
not-
right now, then that would be bad things showing.
Next question is searching nodes in the passive skill tree.
Please make it.
It's currently very hard to see what nodes apply to your search prompt in the passive skill tree. Will this see any improvement?
I 1,000,000% want to improve this. It's a matter of just finding time for the UI programmers to do so.
How does it take so much time?
It is pretty bad. Like,
That should be so easy to do.
Especially with the new size as well, with it just being a lot larger. It is pretty awful to try and search for very specific things. Yeah.
You just make a fucking big red glow around
The
it.
next question
I'll
here.
make it happen. I just hopefully.
Or a big red arrow that just points on it.
So another question that we've seen is about API improvements potentially. For instance, being able to, the current Neversink can't use this filter where you can't do like tiers 1, 2, and 3. You can't hide them individually. So improvements around that specifically, or additions to API in Gemro. Is there any update on this?
So here's one like.
I suspect the rarity tier of the dropped rares are not exposed to the item filters.
Really? Was that not done?
That's the implication there.
That
I
is the
suppose.
implication. I was actually not aware of that.
Fucking love that reaction.
Sometimes we just miss the.
How'd I know?
Yeah, yeah.
I just made this
Well, that would
game.
be trivial to add though. We could probably do that.
There was something we did that was also obvious and very Oh no, it was the tier of the skill gems or something. I think we were adding, if not already added,
Right.
as well, because that was another thing you could filter by skill gem, but not by
Skill
the
gem
rarity.
definitely works.
Rarity tier should be fine to add.
That should be 100% should be fine to add.
All right. Next question we have is localization improvements, as in different language support. It's been asked by multiple people. Is that something we're looking at for points?
I need this game in Martian. Please.
So
Desperately.
I mean, certainly 0 to 0 isn't going to have any extra languages, I believe.
Good. That's
I think
really
there
not
was a list of
important at all.
languages that we still were planning on adding, but
Just speak
it's
English.
not like in the immediate time horizon. Yeah, like there's nothing on 0 to 0 though.
Just kind of a random question, but currently how hardcore works, because there's no league, there's just the standard, is if you run hardcore SSF and you die, you become softcore SSF, right? So I'm assuming that if you die in hardcore Dawn, you're going back to the base.
Actually, no. So we are actually going to make it so you go back to the non-hardcore Dawn of the Hunt League, and it's funny because the reason why originally we made it so that hardcore of a league went back to standard instead of back to the lower version is that we actually had people in standard, in the league were getting annoyed that people would die in hardcore and then be above them on the ladder. Because the people in hardcore were actually better players at the time. This is a long time ago. People in hardcore were better players than the people not in hardcore. And
That's
so,
funny.
We actually made that change because of people getting angry about that. But I think these days that won't be a problem anymore. So it's probably fine to just have that.
Even if it is, we could just delist them from the ladder.
Yeah,
for
we
some
could
amount of
probably
time.
delist. Top of this ladder.
Okay, they
and then have
definitely
someone from hardcore
also
come
have
in and
that
above
sound
me.
problem right now.
So,
Not just me.
That was the reason that was originally like that.
All right, and next question here, and I'll send it over to Ghazi, is visual clarity specifically in regards to delirium affected maps. So sort of in the in-game, you're basically going to be deliriusing most of your maps if you're juicing. And,
No, you won't.
It can be a little monotone.
Just don't do
color
it.
of the saturation,
Just don't do it.
It
looks shit.
I'm iterating on this, like, I literally multiplied the delirium fog intensity by 0.5 yesterday, just as, like, now I'm going to look at it again, and then maybe today I need to even lower it further or whatever, like...
He
100%.
multiplied it?
Should be addressed, at least mitigated, if not all the way addressed in 020, yeah.
Oh, excellent.
He multiplied the fog by 5?
Rapid fire questions. First one being private leagues. Will we see the possibility of this during the early access stage of the game?
Should be in early access, but not in the near future. We just need the web guys need to get time to sort it out. And once
Why
that's done,
would you
we'll
want
get it.
private leagues?
All right. Last question. I would like to circle back to the API question, and that is regarding being able to see your character on the website that we have at PoE1, but it also opens up the possibility for patho-building imports.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
So that is something that is being worked
Please
on.
import.
Same team. There's the
Is it that one
we'll get
guy
there
again?
soon. I mean, even
one guy with the
internally,
notes?
It would be nice for us to be able to look at characters on the
Oh.
website because like we can just look at anyone's character as like admins, and that's just nice to be able to do. Just for
Wait,
just
what?
for investigating things like why is this character OP and that kind of stuff.
Don't look
So,
at my
it'd be
shit.
Nice if we had that.
All right, well, that pretty much concludes it. I have one fun question for you on the way out the door, which is, what do you predict the most commonly played class is going to be for the first week?
Well, obviously the
Huntress.
Huntress, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be a million people wanted to try that out. So, yeah, I mean, look, it'll probably be some ridiculous number, like 70% Huntresses or something. I don't know what the number will be, but something like that.
Yo, that seems like good money making.
You would assume so, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, after that,
yeah, after that
is that tougher to understand?
So Amazon or Ritualist, then? What are you going with?
Oh, okay, right. You mean in terms of
Yeah.
sanity? Well, okay. I reckon Ritualist for some reason. I just reckon. But maybe that's just because it appeals to me more. Like,
problem is, if I knew why one would be getting way more played than the other, then I would go and solve that.
right. But I mean, to me, it's like I immediately.
Hey, that's a nice
take
attitude,
it-
actually.
I'll pick the other one. I'll pick the other one just
Yeah,
because I can't both pick the same.
Yeah.
So I'll pick Amazon,
Right.
and I'll do it just because of the name and the
Yeah.
Diablo 2 association, and I'm just gonna pray that everyone just wants to play Javazon.
In my last playtest,
Amazon is the one that throws, right? I'm gonna go
I
for
took
that
the
too.
ring slot,
I
and
think.
then I didn't have a ring in my inventory, So I just forgot about it, and then I was like 20 levels later. I was like, oh crap, I still haven't put a ring on my third ring slot yet. It was like completely pointless. But yeah, hopefully the top do too
It's
many
not
players
only
do
just
that.
pointless because
Yeah.
the nodes.
Because there's a
before it,
downside. So I
You
was like
literally just
sacrificing
hindered
spirit. Forgot to add the ring.
Okay. Sound is
yeah.
fucking up right now.
All right. Well, we'll see who's right come the launch. And thanks for all the time and answering all the questions. Anything last you want to say on the way out the door here? We're done now.
I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Good.
All right.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks for your time, everybody.
All right.
Thank
later.
you.
Thank you. All right.
All right. Everything.
All right. I did that too. Oh boy. Lots of shit happening, huh? Oh, I'm still up here. Can I do this? Wee. So proud of myself. Production value. It's called production value. Okay, upgrade my skills actually. I should be doing some more damage. And the funny thing is, I was in Act 2 at the caravan, right? And I was like, yo, my res are super good. They're all like at least 100. What happened? Yeah. I'm retarded, that's what happened. I'm plain up retarded. Honestly, looks like the best class already. Does it?
Into surreal jungle I tread.
Does it?
Ooh,
I have no idea.
beautiful, but deadly.
Oh, there's no mobs in here. Oh.
Empower!
Oh, 155. Oh, 45 actually. But still, it's 3 times higher than before. Damn. Damn. Okay, that's nice. So now we got the Ascendancy. Losing more mana though. Jesus. This is still a 10, right? I feel hella a lot stronger. Oh, I need to get the mana rack from Act 2. Act 3 actually. And I still didn't select the reward from from Cruel. Oh boy. Okay, maybe not necessary right now. I'll get the mana flask. What essentially got? Need mana on kill. I do have some mana on kill. I went for Invoker. I thought I had mana on kill. Oh no. I thought I had some. I guess not right now. Can I see it anywhere? Bruh. Oh, okay. So that still works. I just touched them. Chilling, what's everyone doing? Playing. We're playing. Playing games with your heart. What a Soko for 2% mana on kill. They're expensive. I think. I was looking for those for... What is it called? For 15 spirit. Which would have been stupid, because I definitely didn't. And they're like 4 divine. Imagine I spent like 150 exalted. Damn, you're talking to a broke guy. I was promised a divine earlier and I didn't get it. I got scammed. I got scammed by a viewer actually. Isn't that crazy? Just crazy. Just crazy. The thing is, I carried somebody through the trial of Suck My Ass, right? And a divine dropped, I didn't notice, and that person picked it up. Who he says. I cannot say that because Twitch is against bullying. I cannot bully that person by saying that name. Sadly. Because I would like... Actually got base relic too. Why do you say 2 in that run? Oh wait, are you right now saying that you did that? You stole that from me? Let me screenshot that and send to GG real quick. Let me screenshot that real quick. Could you send me all those messages like from your in-game account? They're not gonna believe it when I just say that's the guy from my list. I swear, they're both called solo. That makes sense. That makes sense. Tabs are such a good change. I hope so, man. But yeah. So far we only know 2, right? I already forgot which the other one was. I forgot which one we got teased earlier. Man, my brain is really good. Oh, level up. Oh, a breach? I forgot. I forgot that this is a breach row. Did I choose something with the boss? I wonder, because I wanted to try cast on crit with Eye of Winter and all that shit. Yeah, definitely going down. Definitely going down. Oh, I got a breach stone in here. But right now I'm on tier 4. What kind of breach stone should I try? Tier 0 with this? Tier 1? Tier 2? I also got my shield now. It's only 4,000 though. I don't know if that's high enough. And if I should go Chaos Annihilation. Cast on crit will also eat your mana. Wait, I thought it doesn't. I thought it has energy for that. Oh, I died. How did I die there? Can I pick this up? Elemental Innovation. The thing is, Cast on Crit is supposed to be only used for bosses, right? And Cast on Crit doesn't help, but Font of Mana. Does Font of Mana help? What did I want to do? Oh yeah.
How can I help?
Not that.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, mana. Soul Core. 187. Let's just get one of them. Hey. Can I go back? Stupid. Okay. Okay. Oops. Wait, what do you mean by oops? What do you mean by oops? No, I didn't do anything wrong. Well, what kind of sash do we try? 187? I don't know what that means.
Speak.
Oh, you mean because of the price. 187, it's German. 187, that means I use crit soul. Huh? Am I? Aren't those like way better, the 20%?
Hey.
Crit this one? That one's only 33. One or two? I'm not sure if I do crit that much. Should I use 1 or 2 on that? They're super cheap. Okay. I'm gonna try and haggle. It didn't work. 2, did you? Toke and crit note. Take and crit note? Yeah, I got some. I got crit here. I got this crit. I got no base crit, if that's what you mean. And I do go crit, yeah. I got crit here. That's a big crit, huh? And I got crit here too. Yeah. Should get one. Oh. While that is open, might as well get that. Okay.
Hello.
I tried to cheat somebody, but nobody likes to be cheated.
Hello.
No, that's the wrong one.
Until next time.
Oh fuck, I'm so retarded. Okay. Instantly gets filled. Swing, wing. Yes. Yes. Stop asking. I guess we leave all that shit down here for in case. Still no idea why I died there. Should I go Chaos Inoculation without my resis being done? That seems like a bad idea, right? But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Bad idea. Okay, good to know. Good to fucking know. There's just Savannah down there. Oh, I can't get to that Savannah. Motherfucking game. Motherfucking game. And a blooming field. That's not fair. Wanna use it, Siri? Yeah, but I only have 2 hands. For huge ES. Oh, you mean at serious disdain? Didn't I leave that somewhere here? I think I left it somewhere, but... Yeah, this one, right? It will... Until you get full cap res. Oh. I'm gonna lose hell a lot of resis again, though. I'm gonna lose hell a lot of resis again from that, though. Yo, now I got like 9,000 shield if I want to. But my resis are... My resis are bad. And I really can't, like, I need to change the rings for that, but the rings are too good. And my boots... It's really hard to get boots. Look, I cannot change the rings. The rings are too good. I trust Horriberry when he tells me that those are like really, really expensive rings. Those are really expensive rings, right? They look fucking expensive. They definitely look expensive. Monk needs some kind of buff. It's just bad right now. Oh, Mount. Oh, I was like, Monk? Monk? This Monk? Around 5 divines. Horriberry said they're like super expensive. Also, like getting some that's... Okay, so if I want resis on those, I don't have any stats on them anymore, right? So I should go for only one that has resis. I should just go for one ring that has all the resis and then that's done. Let's see if I can find this somehow. I'll put it on this side. You need strength and dex. I don't need them, right? It's nice to have them. But look, this one, this ring, has low strength. Low strength. So if I now just say I want one with like max cold, max fire, max lightning or something. Everything at least a 40. Then I'm gonna lose all my money. 10 divine. 10 divine for something like that. Look at that. Oh. Nope, you need them. Let me show you my rings. Wait, why do you say I need them? Why do you say I need the 24 strength? It's not that much extra. It's really not that much extra, I would say. I get those 25 strength by leveling up 5 times. And somewhere getting shoes is gonna be super expensive. Because I need 35 movement speed on them. Those are already 4 fucking divine. And if I want more... Okay. Let's find some shit out. Fire resi and lightning resi and cold resi. Let's put them all to at least 35, 35, 35 on boots. I had boots, I shouldn't have sold them. I was retarded. If you could get a mirror. Mirrors are expensive. If you could get a mirror. What a fucking funny question. There's no... Yeah, there's only on one resi. I mean, I have one breach ring that has like super high cold resi and cold damage, but I didn't want to use that because I'm pretty sure that those are better. Also, no idea where I put that. No idea where I put that. Shit. Oh, 30 strength on that? Oh, but I already did the quality and I already went retarded. Wasn't it this one? No. It was this one. This one was my big one. That one has some nice... Keep going like this for now. Maybe till later. Which one was I low on? Cold? No, not cold. Want this one. Wait, I gotta see. I really don't know which one I should take off then, though. 2 to 40. 2 to 67. Man, it's too many questions. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea which one would be the best for me, or if any would be good to use. I mean, sure, obviously, but that breach ring is good. Yeah, but my breach rings are good too, right? Or this one. Which my breach ring? Should I use my breach ring or yours? That one with the lightning resi. Yeah, I should try that at least so I have some lightning resi. 1 to 103. Yo, isn't that like super high? I thought 40 was high. I thought 40 was high. Alright, yeah, then give me the Armageddon thing or something, I guess.
Energizing.
Okay, I strike damage right now. Where is it? 102k. What a fucking difference. From what? From what is it? From the strength? From the dex? From the increased cold damage? From the attacks? Wait a second. No, it's not from the attacks. Or maybe. Holy shit. Alright, man. Thanks. Oh, wait. It instantly equipped it. Did it? That's not the one that you showed me. That's not the one that you showed me. Didn't you show me one with like 60? Oh no, wait. Hey, you showed me one with 60. I thought you meant this one. Oh, we're seeing the trade rep. That's good to know. It's good to know. That's what you need to see. I showed you 3 rings, yeah. And I thought you meant this one. That one has like a high... Oh, I'm using the first 2. Okay, okay. I grouped it all up with want this one. I still want that one. I can give you an unidentified ruby for that. Okay, so now my res is a little bit higher, and I lost like how much damage did I lose? 2k? 10k. 10k. You said yes. You just said yes. In my country, that means that's a binding contract. I offer something, you accept it, that's a binding contract. Which is a fucked up thing, because like there's so many people who have been... Yo, I want that galaxy shit too. That looks so nice. I saw that in World of Warcraft before. No. I saw that in Diablo 3 before. Except. Here, wait. What's that? Okay, let's see. Wait, but if that ruby is a real good ruby, I want that back, okay? Just so you know. If it turns out to be crazy.
Energizing.
Okay, that's better for damage and that's better for my resis. I don't know why though. It must be... No, it's the attack damage. I thought lightning damage is pretty good. It's the additional cold damage, so yeah. It's the cold damage. Alright. Put the other one for... Oh, okay. If I had a premium tab... I do. Oh, somebody keeps trying to buy this one. Where is it? Somebody keeps trying to buy this one. That's why I put it this high now. Is this a crazy ring for level 19? It seems super crazy, right? No, you don't get that one. That's mine. Oh, boots. Alright, let's try those boots too. Thanks, man. 47, 71, 41. Alright. Did I lose anything actually? Those ones that I had. I mean, a 10% movement speed. That does not really matter. Fire as you cold. That's okay, I guess. Better than before. Do I want to use Atsiri though or not? That's the question now. Do I want Atsiri or not? Without Atsiri, I'm like capped. Without Atsiri, I'm kind of capped almost, except for the cold. I could take some fire off. Oh, I could take some fire off, yeah. Don't use it for now. The Atsiri not using. Look, if I take the fire off for cold, then I'm maxed. It's good for leveling. I'm doing endgame content right now. What do you mean by leveling? Which one did I need? Fire, right? No, I need cold. I need cold. Booyah. 75, 75, 75. And should I now? Should I now go Chaos Inoculation?
Time to refocus.
I can take this off, take this off. So now I could go for Life Recharge, Eternal Youth, and Chaos Inoculation. Doesn't make sense. 3 KS is good. Yeah, right. You can go. Thanks, mommy or daddy. Let's put this one back. Oh, Let's put this one back. I wonder how much this one is worth. What armor are you using? Body armor? Just something that I had in my inventory. Just something with high energy shield. High. Okay, it's a good one. Yeah, right? It's not too bad. I'm not sure about my... I could change the amulet now, because I don't need the spirit from it anymore. But except the spirit, like, it's kind of good. What can I put on that? What do I anoint on that? I've been Googling, every time I Google, somebody's just saying, POB it, try out POB it, and I'm like... And in the fucking ice stacker, let's be honest, right? It's not in there. Where in here does it say what I should anoint? When I click on that motherfucking thing, I don't know. There's nothing on the amulet. It just says armor 20 to 30 increased, but that's from the Azure. Oh, speaking of. Oh. I still need to get to Servi. First of all, this. No, she's in Act 3. Am I retarded? Wait, how do I get to Servi now? Oh, I have to go through the fucking portal, right? Check the amulet. What do you mean check the amulet? Oh, this one. No, spaghettification is super expensive. Spaghettification is one of the most expensive ones. I also don't do any chaos damage. I think I don't do chaos damage. And spaghettification is one of the most expensive. It is. It needs isolation. And isolation is the most expensive one. Attribute? Oh, I didn't see that. 7%. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, the funny thing is I got isolation, despair, and fear. That's the funny thing. I even got 2 isolations. Fear and despair. Do I put it on this shit though? I don't want to put that on that though, right? I should get something that I might use later on too, but... That's the thing, like I want to put something on it, but that one sucks. It doesn't suck. I need something like mine. Can you give me yours real quick? I have a mirror in my inventory. Alright, I'm trying to buy a good amulet right now. We'll see. Wait, it's censored 5EX. Wait! Wait, it's censored 5EX for me because it looks like sex. It turned it into 3 asterisks because it's like, no, that looks like sex. 5EX, no, we're not, X is not a currency in this game. 5EX, that always means sex. How the fuck is sex actually... I mean, sex... This game is... Isn't it it's 18 plus, right? Mature rated, I'm very sure. So where do I get your amulet? Where do I get your amulet, bruh? 30 divines. I don't want to pay that much. 3 divines. I would pay that much. Increase spell damage. How about you go fuck yourself? Has spaghettification already on it, but also has some stupid shit. Oh, should I just buy this one? More maximum energy shield. Maximum energy shield is not bad for me though. I'm pretty sure. It has increased armor, but I don't... doesn't matter, you need attribute and ES. What do you mean by doesn't matter? What was I thinking about? I forgot it. There's not too many with... Oops, wrong button. Maybe right button. There's not too much here. Should I go for this one? We have some attributes. How many attributes does yours have? 24. That's better. But the energy shield is only plus 28 and not maximum. That one doesn't look too bad though, right? Do you think I can buy this? Or is that a fake offer? You think that's a good idea? Too late. His name is real hard. His name is real hard. Oh, accept. 3. 3. That was 3, right? Nice. Visit hideout. Oh. Should have a better button to do this. To open and close that shit. He's got some ugly fucking portals. What's bad with them? Here, 3. Don't scam me. That's the right one. Alright. Thanks. Oh. Thanks. I hate that I can't easily... Oh. He whispered back like that. Nice. Leave party. Report as scammer. Which button do I have to press? Oh, this one. Check your damage on Ice Strike now. What did I do though? I didn't do anything yet. It's still higher. It's 112,000 already. We got some nice changes. We did some nice changes. After I know, but still, I mean, it doesn't matter if I don't know what it was before, right? Okay. Oh, I instantly got it right. Sometimes, like when you change them, yeah. Ah, for real? I did like 3 wrong ones before on Blur, because you can. If you just have the wrong combination, then it's not Blur anymore, just something else. And for every combination, there's something else. Not for this, apparently, because the isolation is expensive. Oh, man. It didn't change my damage at all. Did you see it? Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? For a second... For a second I thought I anointed the wrong one. Because I was like, wait, it's in there. Why does it not change? Ooh, boy. For a second I thought I'm retarded. Oh shit. It gave us just like that 52k extra. Just like that, 52k extra. There you go. I have to talk to Servi though. This bitch has some... Why can I not teleport to the No, wait, to the past? No, present. I want to go cigarette encampment present. Doesn't... It's not possible like this, huh? Ignado. No, I killed that one. I definitely got the spirit. I got the spirit and I got the power. Okay, then. Oh. Why do I keep doing this? I go to the map device, and then I open my map, and I'm like, port me. I mean, actually, it should be able to. Could be able to. So 3 divine, that sound like a good trade for that, actually. Sound like a real good trade. Wait, no. How do I get back to Servi now? Wait, how do I get back to Servi? Oh yeah, it's encampment, not refuge. It's the camp. Oh damn. Brings back memories. My grandpa was in a camp in Auschwitz. Oh no, not in the Nazi times or anything like. Auschwitz is a big fucking city, and there's more shit happening there than just the fucking bad shit. Jesus. Shouldn't there be? How do I get back to fucking Servi? I didn't take the Venom Draught. How do I get back to Servi? Who are you? Yo, how do I get back to Servi? Anybody who knows shit about fuck, how do I get back to Servi right now? Like, the portal is gone. And I forgot to get the Venom Draught thing. Where's Servi? Bought anywhere in the area, then use. Okay, so but I have to go to present, right? Okay, I go infested. I'm pretty sure it's gonna bring me to my hideout somehow. Alright. Maybe. Don't bring me. Oh, nice. Oh, good. Thanks. Jesus. That should be easier to do. That should be easier. There I go.
You know not what you bring someone.
Alright. Den of Snakes. I guess we go for the 5 attributes, right? Because we don't need Chaos Resi, as we have Chaos Inoculation. Vengeance of Reward, we don't care about that one. Did I forget? Is that the other Venom Draught? It's not the other Venom Draught, right? Oh. I think I've also not done the other one. Oh. Why is the waypoint deactivated now? I don't know. Act 3. Yeah, never been to the Venom Crypts. Also, kind of forgot to go to the Jungle Ruins and get that shit. Wait, did I go back to the past again? Don't tell me I fucked it up again. No. Huh. Okay, you got this quest for me, right?
Don't drink the water.
Is that one? Yeah, right. I still gotta... I gotta run. I gotta run. Damn nice. We got the rarities done. Got pretty much everything done. We're so strong now. Oh yeah. I wanted to Seshed. Oh, maybe I should also take this. I put it in my inventory and didn't take it. That's smart. Oh, yo, Uncle... Those are expensive as fuck if you... Wait, was it 8 or 9? No, it was the 9s, right? Yeah, it was the 9s. Or was it the 8s? No, it was 8s, right? 8 is the first spirit that you can get. You can kill Seshed. 2 and 3 easy now. I'm not sure. What did I do here? Oh. Oh no, that's way too cheap, huh? I keep just putting some fucking... I thought he meant this one. I gotta check that real quick. What the fuck? I thought you need a bit more damage. Damn. But with Bell, my damage is different, right? Like way stronger. Also, I'm supposed to use cast on shock and all that shit. Okay, so this guy wants to buy something from me. Oh boy, which one is it? This one? Where did I get this from? It's not a good one. Wait. Should I sell that for 250? It has 50 spirit though. But it's been in there for a while, I think. Okay. Fuck it. Why not? Port to main. I thought it was this one, and I don't want to sell stuff that other people give to me. At least if I can't prevent it. Bro. I'm gonna give you like 2 more seconds or something. Actually a little bit more. Wait, didn't I use this bear to... Oh, maybe I didn't. If you wanna... Man, if you wanna buy something, you should be ready, right? You wanna buy something? Don't be like, I'm gonna buy it in 5 minutes, okay? Like, what's he doing? Mapping right now? Is he whispering me while he's mapping? Okay, actually, maybe. Who knows? Maybe this was not working. Invite him again. Give him the benefit of a doubt. Yeah, no. Definitely want that for her spark. Oh, no. Okay. Man. Now I feel like a bitch. If you want to trade, you should be ready. Come here. Buy now. Go away. Thank you. Bye. That's a 10 in there. Okay, that was an acceptable 10. Thanks. Sorry for being pushy. Almost said pussy. Sorry for being pussy. Yeah, that too, actually. I'm sorry for being a pussy as well. And hey to you too. What's good? Leave party. Jungle runes again. He's gonna be like, what is he doing jungle runes? What he be doing jungle runes? I guess this guy just wants to try something. Wait, what's that? What even was that? I think it was actually an Infernalist. No idea. I thought it was a Spark Boy. Okay, I just have to find the waypoint actually, right? It's right next to the waypoint. Wow, feels like a mosquito just bit me. Found it. Yo, anybody got any good things against mosquitoes for the summer? I don't want to use any chemical creams or shit like that. Last time I did that, my boobs started growing. That was very not what I liked. And everybody's like so supportive. They're like, oh, you're transitioning. That's nice. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm allergic to that fucking cream. And they're like, oh, what's your name now? Tufina? And I'm like, do you want to die? Matter of fact, they want to die. They're dead now. They dead now. Do I even open 15 gold? I kinda am sad that there's no boss in here. Like a real cool snake boss. Like in Diablo 4. There's a real cool snake boss in Diablo 4, I think, in the campaign. Also, the snake area is so cool in Diablo 4. A little bit annoying because there's so many snakes, but... Man, I really enjoyed that. It's so sad that it has all... Like, why does it have to be hidden behind a bad game? So many nice maps. They're really good at that, right? Visually, Blizzard is really, really competent. It's just the rest that sucks.
Foul creature.
Did he say Val creature? That's right, they're all Val, and we hate the Val. Apparently we are Faridun. Okay, so from this one we get the 30% mana reg, right? I also don't know if I did the Relic of Kabbalah and Sun Clan thing. Who are though? They though. Okay, so what is this time? 25% increased mana reg. I'm very sure that's what we should get. Yeah. Nice. Alright. Got that done too. Now I can finally do shit after I've taken a piss. Yeah. I know. I drank a fucking liter of apple juice. Who wouldn't piss like a horse after that? I swear. It's like one bottle of beer. Alright. Do I just try it here to Sashed? Oh, there's somebody... I got a renter in my... How long has he been staying in my base? Looking at my B2. 2B. What's the character's name? I don't know. Never played. It's from Persona, right? Yeah.
What is it?
Okay, no wait, I want to
What is it?
refund
Time to
passives?
refocus.
No, wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so we undo this and this. Can I do a 3? I wonder. That cost me 10k? Let's do it 2 for 20k. Jesus fucking Christ. Boss map. Home. Why is the home button not there always? Like every time I open the map, I don't see the home button. But it should be here too, right? There's only a boss button, no home button. Why though? Because we're too far away from home? Oh, there's also a button. Oh, I didn't know that. Wait. Oh, Wait, the boss button is up left and the home button is down right. Wait, what? It was a super short jump. And now it's not there anymore. Whatever. I don't know why I wanted to find that or try that out. Stuff happens. Okay, I got my cast on shock. Eye of Winter. Got all that shit. What does that do, Sniper Mark? Oh. Okay. T4 too. You said 2 is okay. You said you can do tier 2 to 3. I do listen sometimes. Oh boy. I shouldn't be scared actually. That should be no problem at all for this guy. It is no problem at all for this guy. I like those markings on the ground. If I had enemies all the time, that could be way faster. Ouch. Didn't even charge my staff. I'm such a great guy, right? My staff goes to toilet, I don't even charge my staff. I should though. Toilet paper, water, all that stuff. It's expensive. Do I have to do like mechanics on Thesht, or is he gonna freeze and die in the freeze? Frozen. Being not moving. Huh. Is that down there? You need the bell? I do know that I need the bell for him. Definitely need the bell. I also need to switch to cast on shock and all that. Otherwise that's not gonna happen, I guess. But we'll see. So the cast on crit works. No, cast on shock. It's cast on shock. Cast on shock. I think I said it wrong out there a few times. But I'm going cast on shock. Cast on shock into Eye of Winter and Sniper's Mark. Yeah, which then makes me shock again, and yeah. Shocking. I mean, do you have enough light damage? I don't know. I don't know. How do I know? Heavy belt, yay. How would I know? How do I see? I strike. On hit. Chill duration. Main hand lightning damage. Good question, right? You know what? We'll find out by doing it. Can't do it wrong though. Okay, Grimfeast goes away. Huh? Oh yeah, I can't activate it if there's nothing in there, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'd see what he can do. We that shock. We that chill. We that bell. How do I dodge that?